Intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the sword. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the fourth departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your app. The fucking link is in the chat. That's
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your soap? Because I need something to clean these titty frogs. My dove is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
Beefing with the Queen B because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen B with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would fuck her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking old lying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because she
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed!
Oh my god, exposed!
Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Did they get that Dugan? That shit chronicles of the shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Bro, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucker killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Good, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you
All
guys.
right.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got trigger today. Gotta trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just took right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, the dog is.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. This motherfucker's hot.
I just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's
Oh,
Candy
shit.
Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me too.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing today? Happy Monday. I hope everybody's having a good day today. We are going to talk about the Sebastian Rogers, missing Sebastian Rogers, and you know, of course, all the craziness that's getting ready to take place. We got the tragedy pimp takeover. So all the tragedy pimps are heading down to search for Sebastian. Some are there, some are on their way. I seen Dolly was on the airplane this morning. Of course, JLR's already down there. Olivia's down there. Olivia's mother is down there. She always goes with her. That shit's her travel buddy. And of course, we got another one that's heading down there, you know, as well. So I can only imagine how crazy things are going to end up getting down there, because you know how crazy things get. So with that being said, this morning I read this this screenshot here, and it says it's from the United CajunNavy. So it says the search for Sebastian update, and this is from 57 minutes ago. I'll go ahead and pop it on the screen. Hold on. I'm gonna lay down the link first here, so if anybody wants to pop up to chit chat, they can. If anybody knows anything about this case and can contribute to it, please let me know, or pop up, hit the link and come up. All right, we'll go ahead and play this while I load these screenshots. But this is one of the most recent. This is from 2 hours ago. So I think this will catch us up for now.
Since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was last seen at his home in It's been 1 month since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was last seen at his home in Hendersonville. And this morning, the search for him continues. Jaxie Pigeon joins us now with the latest on these search efforts.
Well, Nikki, after scaling back efforts, a group of volunteers is teaming up with local law enforcement in hopes of locating Sebastian Rogers. The United CajunNavy is a disaster response organization. The crew was already in Middle Tennessee to help search for University of Missouri student Riley Strain. But with Riley's body being recovered from the Cumberland on Friday, they are using their resources in Sumner County for Sebastian Rogers' case. In a recent statement, Sebastian's father, Seth, said the United CajunNavy is leading the search for his son, saying, quote, "I need you to respectfully keep your distance and do not interfere with their search efforts, their dogs, their vehicles, and their search areas." He went on to say, quote, "The United CajunNavy is taking the burden off my shoulders. Please allow them the ability to complete their task professionally." So far, the organization has deployed drones and canines in the area. And although many in the community want to join in on the search, the United CajunNavy says they are not asking for any volunteers at this time.
I can say very, very little about that because it is an active situation right now, but we do have some assets on the ground there. Sebastian's father reached out to us and asked for help, and so we're going to try to help up there as much as we can.
And if you have any information in the search for Sebastian, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Nikel?
So basically, they've asked them to stand down. You know, they've asked them to stand down. The tragedy pimps, of course, they're all running down there because, you know, they got to get that click and that view off this baby's name. They're gonna get their click and their view regardless. So let's see. We have Jane Johnson 499. Love your channel. You did a great job. Thank you, love. I appreciate that, and thank you for supporting the Hive, baby. Hope you're having a good Monday. So anyhow, I uploaded these here, and you know, this reminds me of I'm getting Gannon Stouch vibes, like Quentin Simon. The same thing they've done to most of these cases that they've handled. Not most of the time, they're not helping. When you you know, walk around with your hand and the phone in your hand, and you're just, you know, walking around aimlessly recording. You have no game plan. You don't know where you're going. You don't know what properties you're searching. You don't know where you're at. Searching on private property, federal property, you know, just doing the most. That's not helping. That's not helping at all. Actually, you're hindering and you're hurting. So it says, let's read. Let's see. Here's United CajunNavy, the search for Sebastian update. The United CajunNavy needs volunteers. Volunteers will help law enforcement find Sebastian. UCN has brought search dogs since Saturday and will bring more. Recently, online social media groups were walking around through areas with no set plans other than live streaming. Live streaming the search with no set organized plan of action. Although beneficial, because they definitely need people to help search. Absolutely. They need volunteers. They need people to help them search. No doubt about it. What they don't need is people out there with their phones on, hashtagging Sebastian Rogers, hashtagging Cody and, you know, their names, all their names, and going down there, quote unquote, boots on the ground, making videos and, you know, with their phones out for clicks and views. They actually want people that are going to search and help look for this little boy. Not the ones that are down there to grow their channels. Yep, Kiko, I just seen that. He took a flight this morning. I just seen that. Like I said, it's JLR's already down there. There's other YouTubers that are down there. Olivia's down there. I believe she's already started interviewing the mom, and now they've got to the point where now they've gotten the story, the mother's story doesn't match, and the narrative has been set. Anyhow, so it says, let's see. Although beneficial, some of these searches were crossing onto federal restricted properties and other individuals' private properties without their permission, causing major issues. But some county officials have raised concerns over the volunteer searches in regards to safety, resident complaints over trespassing, searchers possibly compromising evidence that may surface, and maintaining the integrity of the case in regards to so much being broadcasted on live social media, i.e. the questioning of potential witnesses, finding an impartial jury, etc. As a reminder to these people who are searching live, let's get it together. And I would hope you would have the people that are out there live and live streaming on their phones and, you know, doing all the like they do. I really, really hope that if somebody comes across, you know, anything evidence-wise, or heaven forbid, this little boy, that it's not immediately just put on social media. So let's see here. The next, I'm going to switch this over. So it says, goes on to say, let's not live stream search efforts constantly. So they're looking for people who are not live streaming. They're looking for people who don't have a channel that want to come and search. They're looking for people who want to actually search and not come out just for clicks and views. So I think that is a good statement to make. I think that will show who's out there for what reason, you know? So basically they're asking that, you know, people don't live stream this. They don't live stream the search. It's about finding Sebastian, not likes and shares. Amen, baby. Amen. See, that's the thing. Hold on, Queen Ninja. He's 15 and on the spectrum. Yeah, he has autism. Yeah, absolutely. And that's another concern as well. Good morning, Don K. Hope you're well. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We, you know, there's so much. There's just so much we've learned while you know, going through these cases and watching the things that happen and the people that go down there and the, you know, tragedy pimps, if you will, whatever you want to call them, grief grifters or whatever you want to say, whatever you want to call them. There's all kinds of names. Anyhow, it goes on to say, let's see, it's about finding Sebastian, not likes and shares. We are asking these groups to stand down for 24 hours and allow us to get organized and get a grid plan of action and proper permissions to search, including coordinating with the federal government to search federal properties. Again, they're asking YouTubers and searchers and people who are out here for clicks and views to stand down at least for 24 hours. Oh, that's great. I'm glad he's made that very clear. I'm glad that he's made that very clear. JLR made it clear on the video over the last few days. There will be no way he will be showing him. He has been putting the dad's Cash App out and walking with the dad. Yeah, absolutely. I heard that. And somebody said that the dad told him, you're going to do an interview, or he would like to be paid for the interview because he knows JLR is going to make a bunch of money off that one interview. I'm not sure how true that is or if it's true at all. It could just, you know, be something that was said, but I did read it on JLR's channel that they were kind of upset about it, I guess. I'm not sure. So I didn't hear it with my own ears. So you know, got to be careful with that. Let's see here. We are asking these groups to stand down 24 hours to allow us to get organized, grid plan of action, and proper permissions to search, including coordinating with the federal government to search federal properties. And that's super important. That is so important. You got to know where you're searching, what properties you're searching, where you're at. You know what I mean? Come on now. You can't just be out there with your fucking phone, searching, walking around with the phone out, just video recording, talking to your live stream. Ain't got no plan of action. Don't even know where you're going. Right. Stand down. Stand down, tragedy pimps. The CajunNavy has asked that y'all stand down at least for 24 hours. At least for 24 hours. So, we are also asking anyone who has previously searched for Sebastian to send United CajunNavy a message with results or advice/concerns. So yeah, they're asking for feedback from anybody that, was out there walking around, just, wandering aimlessly with their camera on, searching for Sebastian. Yeah, I'm sure, Glory. Oh, yeah, I'm sure the properties are a mess. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Little Minx, I seen him on the plane this morning. That's another reason why I was like, you know what? Let me go live. Well, I seen him on the plane. I knew JLR and Olivia and all them were already down there. And I'm like, oh, God, here we go again. Deja vu. It's just another case, a different little boy. Same circumstances, though. Here they all go running. Oh my gosh, there's a missing or murdered child. Pew! They're fucking running so goddamn fast, you miss them. If you blink, you miss them. You also don't tell the public what areas have been cleared. I think JLR's coverage has been fine. However, HB is going to go out and complain about the weather and Thorns for 45 minutes. JLR goes nonstop. Yeah, JLR goes nonstop, man. He does not mess around. And for the most part, he's actually been doing pretty well. He's been down at the border doing his own thing. So, it is what it is. But I knew some of these cases. He travels a lot. That's what he does. That's how he's grown his channel. What was that? Cavalcante is how he grew his channel real quick. The inmate that escaped, his channel shot through the roof there when he was recording him. But anyhow, back to this. So it says, we are asking anyone who has previously searched for Sebastian to send United CajunNavy a message with results or advice and concerns. Well, and another thing too is, like, yesterday there was a dog. Actually, there was several dogs that had hit on an area, and there was about 18 videos that were put out. Bam, 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 bam. Right away of these dogs hitting on this area. And there was a fresh mound of dirt. And they had, I believe, like some sort of clothing or shirt or something. I don't know what it was. Anyhow, they were trying to, mark it or put a pin or whatever. And there was so many people there, so like circling around. I mean, it looked like there was probably 15 people standing there. And I'm thinking, if there was something there or anything going on, you guys would be trampling all over the fucking place. You'd be trampling all over everything in there. What the fuck? Get out. They're in there with their video cameras. Just got their video cameras pointing all over. You know what I mean? Just wanting to see, watching this dog sit down. Matter of fact, I'll go try to find it. I think Olivia put it out on hers. But you can see it with all the people there. You can see all the people that are standing in that little bitty area. I mean, fuck, it's just very, very... Anyhow, so it says here, United CajunNavy asks that anyone who was involved or wants to be involved in the search for Sebastian to send a message, and let's organize. Let's get organized here. Send a message, and let's bring Sebastian home to his family. Some of the search areas on federal property... it is in an area that was heavily destroyed from recent tornadoes and wind damage. These areas need to be thoroughly combed through in an organized manner with proper permissions, leaving no stones unturned. We need the social media world to do their thing and help us organize volunteers to come and help. We need you guys to help, not harm. And I think that's really important. We need, give us 24 hours. At the very least, give them 24 hours. Stand down for 24 hours so that they can get permissions that they need. So they can go on certain properties. They can go in certain areas. Give them some time. And then it says a small group of search dogs will narrow down today in an area in question from Saturday. We want y'all back, but for now, we have to regroup and get organized, share resources, and bring Sebastian home to his family. This search will not be easy, but it will be successful at the end of the process. Trust the process. So that is from United CajunNavy, who was actually just at the search for Riley Strand. Now, I don't know. It seems. I don't know. It seems to me. I mean, this little boy's been missing for over a month, and supposedly he just was gone. His mom went in his room to go check on him, and he was vanished. He was just gone. Just gone. So they have an Amber Alert. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers says, looks like it says he's 15, male, white. Let's see here. Eyes brown. Is that 5'5"? It's kind of small. We'll go see if we can find an update here right now with this, with what's going on. And I mean, they're saying basically that the parents, the mother and stepfather, they're not searching. They've been asked to stay home and stand down. And most parents do. Most parents of missing children are asked, they are told or asked by the police department to stay put. Stay home, stay put. They don't want them out there in the search. They don't want them out searching around. And if them, because if a mother, comes across the crime scene and sees their child laying there, how devastating, how awful. And you can't, promise that, what I'm saying? You wouldn't walk up and try to, hug your child, grab your child. You know what I mean? You just don't know how you're going to react. And, I think it's, man, I think it's too soon to be jumping on the parents and accusing them. I mean, look at, look at the Athena Strand case. Everybody was ready to jump on the stepmom and the mom, and come to find out, she had been snatched up by some predator who worked for FedEx, but they were ready to, you know what I'm saying? Grab their torches and I don't know. We just have to be careful, y'all.
It's been 3 weeks and no sign of Sumner County teen Sebastian Rogers.
The TBI is chasing.
Oh, hey, love. Hold on 1 second. Let me pop this screen up real quick. How are you, baby?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to get this on.
Yep. All you have to do is pause your YouTube, and then when you click that StreamYard link, it gives you the camera and the mic. So you turn those on. You know, you don't have to your camera, but your mic. And then it just as soon as you hit enter studio, you go backstage, and then I bring you up here on panel, and you're here with me.
Is there a echo?
No, you sound
Okay.
good. Yep.
Okay, good. I had to come up because I've been following this from the beginning. And I don't know if you've seen the interview with the parents.
No, I actually have not. I seen some of it. I did see some of it, but I didn't watch all of it, and I didn't go over it. It's like I wasn't paying 110% attention to it. You know what I mean? So I'm sure I've missed things.
It's really good. And
Shall we play it? You want to play it right now?
It's on Smiley's.
Let's see here.
And it is a little bit long, but the stepdad.
You're talking about there's an interview with one of the parents that said another YouTuber's done.
Yeah, the stepdad and the mom. And the stepdad, I have some choice words for, but
well, see, and I think that's, I mean, for them just to automatically be reaching out and having them come to YouTube is it's kind of a little bit scary too. But go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
The stepdad has been watching all the YouTube channels. Something happened. I think they were all on maybe Justin's or something, and the stepdad was in chat. He wanted to talk to Smiley and made a new stream, then started on her channel.
Yeah.
They jump up there, and then he's very brash, he's just a jerk, and talking about Sebastian does call him Mr. Chris. Okay, this kid's been in your life for some time. And then he had a snake, a boa constrictor, something. It wasn't that big, but
right.
They got rid of it. So there's just a lot of negative aspects of this man. Being married 5 times, I mean, to me, is already a red flag. I think the guy's 41, 42.
So he's been married 5 times, you said?
This is his 5th wife.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that.
And
how long have him and Katie been married, do you know?
He said something about he's been in Sebastian's life since he was 7 or 8.
So maybe 4 or 5 years.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
And then I thought too, I mean, unless you're in high school or have a new boyfriend, girlfriend, no one spends 3 hours on the phone with their spouse. And that night before he was missing, they were on the phone for 3 hours. Who does that? I don't know. It just seems odd.
Well, I mean, it depends on if your spouse works over the road or, you know what I mean? If they're gone, you know how that goes. I mean, we don't know the circumstance, so we can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it just seemed a little, I don't know.
Seems a little sketch.
Yeah.
What are you doing on the phone for 3 damn hours? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can understand that, yeah.
But the interview it's worth it to watch it because it really puts some light on the relationship between these two and the kid and the stepdad. I feel awful for the dad. He's done nothing but wants to get his kid back. And I heard that he was on a leave of absence. He works in the jail, wherever, and he was supposed to go back to work today, they were saying, but I'm hoping he didn't have to and he could search again because I know that they were doing some more today. JLR's still out there. And then, Dolly.
Dolly's on his way down there. I know Chronicles of Olivia, she's out there.
Yep. Justin's going down at the end of the week.
Yeah.
And
All
our
of the
other
tragedy pimps, they're all running down there. They're all of them. That's why I said it's tragedy pimp takeover. Like they found a cash cow and they're milking it.
Yeah.
That, you know what I mean? And it's sad as hell that they do this. It's sad as hell.
I don't know what happened when the dogs hit on that, and then they made everyone leave. And then it was like, then JLR was on the other side of that lake looking, and you would expected like some cavalry to come in, you know, like that something was found. I mean, even if it wasn't him, if the dogs hit on something, what is it? And now it's been like radio silent about whatever it is there.
Right. Now, see, I know they're concerned with him. I guess Katie and Chris had took off in their camper, but you know they said he's got to go back to work. He's been out work and they have to pay their bills. They have to live. They have to have money. So, with that said, he has to go back to work. But I did hear him and the bio dad got into quite the argument. Did that happen or?
I think it was the bio dad's mother, like, said something to them on Facebook, and then their response was like, "Don't contact us." And basically, she's like, "I'm a grandma, and I'm like she was a feisty grandma. She's like, I will contact whoever I want." But something else must have happened because, like, they're not talking anymore. And then he was talking online how he will sue the Rogers. But it was funny because they were at a restaurant and they got a picture of him and JLR put it out. And this guy has some, he has beef with JLR. And he was mad his picture in this restaurant got out. Independent thinker, I think that from what I read, it wasn't the property that they were searching based on the website for that property was closed because of tornado damage from December.
Okay, here's the interview with them on the news. Sebastian's parents speak on teen's disappearance. Ready? Let's listen to this for a minute.
A missing teen in Sumner County described to us exclusively how they feel on day 8 of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marius Payton.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County. Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone.
Now, see, I will say I've heard parents who have autistic children that they've had to put locks on their doors because they do get up and wonder, and they do get up and, they get up in the middle of the night or they try to leave. I was wondering, did they say anything that has he done this before? Has he ever left?
They said he's not a runner and he's never done anything like this before. They said he'll get up in the middle of the night, like, and try to snack or something, but that's it.
So he's never took off.
No.
Huh. Give me 1 second. Somebody just said, why is my membership not showing? There was some trouble last night. Somebody had their membership and they had commented and did like a update on it, and then all of a sudden they came back in and their name wasn't green anymore. So they tried to purchase another membership, which it worked, but I don't know what's going on. I think it's a glitch on YouTube or a glitch in YouTube right now. Maybe something they're trying to look into fixing. I don't know. So I'll have to contact YouTube. I just haven't had a chance to yet, but I will. Brianna's here, 4.99 super sticker, said I spent hours on the phone with my husband every day. Talked about it before. Again, not a red flag. Sorry, it just isn't. Okay, well yeah, I guess it's just a matter of, what your lifestyle is. And if you know what I mean, some people can talk for hours, and if they got, you know what I mean? It all depends. It all depends, Anyhow, though, that's what I was saying with when they say he's on the autism spectrum, that did they have any trouble with him ever leaving? You said no, he's never had that issue before. So for her just to wake up and him be gone is very suspicious.
Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why.
Now, see, I feel like she's hurting, as a mama, when your kid's not home with you and you don't know where they're at, you know what I mean? I can't even imagine how she's feeling.
I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board.
So have the police, have they been cleared?
It doesn't sound like it. They've asked if he's done the lie detector test, and he's like passed, but he doesn't say like he passed or who passed, or like on this interview he's much more, I don't know, appropriate than the other one.
Right. Yeah.
Got in trouble.
Now, Katie did tell me that even though Sebastian does have autism, he is a smart teenager. He is highly functional. They say if you see him Say his name, say Sebastian, and he'll respond. He'll at least acknowledge you. And I can tell you, this is my home. This is my community. And the people here are strong. They say they will continue to search. They will continue to hope and continue to pray for Sebastian's safe return. And by the way, you can watch my full exclusive interview with Sebastian's parents on our WSMV4 app. Live here in Hendersonville.
Hey, Brianna, how are you?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. The chat was looking really strange. And the link wasn't pinned. I had to back out and come back in. And then I saw it. So
I was gonna say I got it pinned.
yeah, I did not see it. I had to back out and come back in. But like I said, chat's just looking weird anyway, so it looks normal now.
What do you mean? Oh, because yeah, well, you know, the memberships are being real weird because Wispy had hers on last night, and it was like it was being very odd. You know, it wouldn't.
Yeah, like that first super chat, it let me send no problem, but then after that, it like wouldn't pop up the numbers or anything for me either.
Yeah,
So
it's really kind of being weird, but
yeah, but I was coming. I wanted to hop up when you were talking about his mom sounding like she's in pain because he's not there.
yeah, she just, yeah.
And then they were talking in the chat about, well, she heard a noise, but she didn't go check. I can relate very well to that. Sometimes you get up 20,000 times in the middle of the night to go check that noise, and it's nothing. And the one time you convince yourself it's fine and go to sleep, you wake up and your world is hell.
Right.
I mean, because I've been there so many times with my boys, and just like perfectly normal little noises, 15-year-old boys at 10 o'clock at night. Whose 15-year-old's kids' parents are getting up at 10 o'clock in the night because they hear a noise in their kid's bedroom? Of course you do. I mean, it's a 15-year-old boy. You're not going to go charging in to see what's wrong. But you do that enough times and it just gets so exhausting. And you're like, you know what? The last 20 times it was fine. I'm just going to go to sleep. He's fine. They're fine. And then you wake up and you find out that like they broke everything they owned for no particular reason. Or they got in a fist fight with their best friend upstairs for no particular reason, and there's blood all over the room. That was the one with the anger issues. But I mean, it every now and then you just can't get out of bed anymore. And then this is what happens the next morning. I don't think she ever in a million years imagined that this was what she was going to find the next morning. It's not like she ignored him. It's not like he made this horrible, terrible noise and she pretended not to hear it because she hated him or, whatever.
Right.
She just let it ride one night. And this is why we can't. I mean, I'm lucky. All of my kids are adults now. So I can breathe most of the time. But sometimes you just can't get out of bed anymore. So that was my thing. It just, I mean, it's
we don't know what she's dealing with. We don't know. I mean, we really do not know.
Yeah, it's so easy to sit and say, oh, well, she's doing this, or just like with Dawn and Candace, and just like with Brandy dealt with it, with all of the parents that we've seen deal with
Right.
it, with Kylie Rodney's mom. And I mean, it's so easy to sit up here and mommy shame the hell out of every mother who loses their child. But it could still be you tomorrow. And the world will do it to you tomorrow. So maybe have a little, just in general, all of them who are not caring about the fact that they could potentially be stomping all over the evidence that finds this child. again.
I agree with you about, like, I think the mom in this video does seem sad. And I'm not a parent, but I would think that the mom would be out searching.
No. No.
Well, they did ask her to stay home, but I mean, it's really hard because I'll tell you right now, if that was my child and they said stay home, fuck you. Nope, absolutely not. I cannot sit in this house with my child being missing and not get up and go search for my baby. Hell no, nope.
Part of me says that, but the other part of me that thinks what my child would look like after being gone for 32 days, my ass is on the couch. Nowhere else. Because I don't want to see
Day one
that.
or day two, you would have went out.
Day one or day two, I would have, and I mean, we don't know that they didn't, do we? Because we didn't find out about this until it had been going on for a couple weeks.
From the interviews I saw, it didn't seem like they've ever been out.
But she said that she went looking for him before she called her husband.
Yes, she went to the school or drove that route.
So she went looking where she thought she could. Then she stayed home where she thought he would come to, being 15, and she called the police. She did the same thing I did when my son was 7. I had no idea where my son was. He was 7 years old. My ass was on the front porch until they brought him back to me.
Scary, yeah.
And he was only gone for a couple of hours.
That's long enough.
But I didn't go searching for him because I didn't want to not be home when he came through the front door. Unless you've been there, and unless it's been your kid running away, you don't know what you do when it comes time to search. I do know what I do because I know what I did. And I'm not saying it's right and I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying that's what I did. And I'm not going to fault her for doing the same thing, especially when her son is twice the age mine was.
And Small Town Girl makes a good point that she hasn't been home. Like, now she has left with the husband.
Yeah, but somebody said they're doing an interview with Nancy Grace and that she was going to go back to work with him and she doesn't feel safe staying in the house by herself with everything going on.
I don't blame her.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. So, I mean, it's like a catch-22. Does she stay or does she go? You know what I'm saying? Are people going to talk shit? Yeah. I mean, what would you do at that point? You know what I mean?
And if he lives in that fifth wheel for work, then it's not like they're going camping.
Yeah, I've always thought that he was going back to work and she was following, because she did say that she would go visit him like every other weekend. I think it was the weekend Sebastian would go by his dad.
I don't see anything other. I mean, yeah, I'm on the outside looking in, but I see parents dealing with an autistic child.
And they were saying that he was just diagnosed in August.
Yes. Well, October, I thought it was, but
October,
yeah, just recently.
August, yeah.
Because I was wondering that about the medication too. If he's not been medicated but a few months, does him being away from his medication really make that big of a difference?
They said it wouldn't be life-threatening if he didn't take it.
Yeah, but the behavior problems have always been there.
Yeah.
So here's Dolly heading down. Here he is he's on the plane here, sitting here ready for takeoff. He's heading down to Sebastian's to go search for him. So here he's heading down, even though they said stand down for at least 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? Give us some time. He's on his way. Here's JLR down there giving you the wave. Hey y'all, hey, walking around live streaming, checking things out. Down here for Sebastian Rogers.
Is that yesterday where he spent most of the day walking around a parking lot?
Yep.
A lot of cars down there and different areas, and they're searching all over the place. We're
searching all over the place, and you know, like they said, you guys don't. You're just walking around, fucking videotaping shit. You know what I mean? You don't know where you're going. You're on federal property. You're on private property. You're not even supposed to be out there. You guys need to get yourselves together. You know what I mean? They don't have a game plan. And just out there walking around with their goddamn phones on. And how frustrating is that? I would be pissed.
Can CajunNavy stop this from turning into another summer?
That's what they did. Did you hear me reading what they had put out?
That's what they want to do, yeah. But do you think they can?
No.
I mean, look, got them all going down there. They're already there. You know, like there's JLR. There's Olivia. Let's see. No, somebody called Olivia out and said, "Hey, your video and JLR's video is identical. They're identical to each other. Like they're identical. Did you take his video and use it?" And she said, "No, we're standing in the same spot."
Wait, she's with JLR?
I don't know if she's with him, but they're all down there. Yeah, they're all down there together. Yeah.
But her bestie and him can't stand each other.
Right.
I don't think they're together. I think JLR's down there with his mod. What's her Marjorie, or is it a name of a flower or something?
Yeah,
I can't.
Yeah.
I did have to roll my eyes with JLR running around these woods in shorts on.
Yeah, because here, let's see here. And then she did an interview with parents as well. She yeah. Oh yeah, here. Matter of fact, remember I was telling you guys about the dog park that they, or the park that they, the little piece they were searching somewhere. And here it is. Matter of fact, now you'll see, mind you, you're gonna see all the people that are in this circled area. Okay, this is where the dogs supposedly hit on some stuff yesterday. So the dogs hit on something yesterday, and there was like 4 of them. I guess they all hit on the same spot. They all sat down in the same area. But I mean, how could they not? I mean, if there was something out there, these people could have tracked it, and you know what I'm saying, on the bottoms of their feet or something. You know, you never know. Going through shit. They said there's a fresh mound of dirt back here as well. Yeah, let me play this real fast.
For Sebastian. While searching for Sebastian Rogers, someone finds a tape with blood. A cadaver dog comes to check it out. Moments later, all the volunteers are asked to leave. This area is in Hendersonville, Tennessee. The volunteers search the sides of a railroad track.
Look how many fucking people are walking through that area right there. They had 6 dogs come out. You still up here?
Supposedly 6 dogs.
Okay.
But I didn't see more than 1 on there, but they may have been on standby somewhere else, because there was confirmation from someone else that they did see 6 dogs, but I didn't see them on video.
They brought their dogs, and then they were going to bring more dogs as well. So or have more brought down, from my understanding. So there's probably quite a few out there now. Or gonna be, you know what I mean? Anyhow,
Yeah.
this was yesterday, I believe. So this is yesterday, but if you pay attention, look at all the people and all the dogs, and look how many people are back here in this one area where there was a hit. And then she goes, "Oh, there was a tape with blood on it." Well, I mean, look how many people have been back here. Who knows if it's been contaminated, touched, and you know what I mean? Who knows? How many pictures was
Right.
taken of it on social media? How many people walked over with their video camera and got pictures and videos of it before it was even turned in? You know?
Yep. Or people stepped on it without noticing it and just walked right
Yep.
past it.
Yep. Now, see, who knows how much, who knows how much shit was out there, what was going on. You know what I mean? Like, it just blows my mind. See, because there's one sitting there. Is that the same one? Is that the same handler? Is that the same dog? Because she says, moments later, all the volunteers ask us to leave. Well, yeah, of course, you guys would be expected to leave the area. There's a lot of y'all there. I mean,
I don't think having that many people around the dogs is safe.
right.
Queen, I had a question.
Yeah.
And I was afraid I'd run out of characters to type it. But my question is, do we know what level of autism he was? Because if he's high functioning,
They didn't say. They really did. That's what they were asking earlier, and I'll just stop you there. They didn't say, baby. We don't know if he's a high functioning, low functioning. We have no idea. And it hasn't, as I'm aware, it hasn't been put out there.
Because if he's high functioning, but I heard you say, or I heard the video say,
They're saying high functioning now. So high functioning. That's what they're saying in here in the chat.
Then if that's the case, he can probably get around like computer programs. And I just wonder if he got around it and somebody talked him into it. If that's making sense. I wonder if
I don't know. That's
just
kind of, well, I don't know. I don't like speculating like that because he's so young, and you know what I mean. It just
yeah.
But
I just wondered if that was a possibility because, like,
yeah.
I feel bad for the parents, and no parent should be going through this.
Right.
But if he's not a runner, that makes me think that somebody, and this is just my opinion, and I'm not trying to speculate, but I just wonder if somebody tried to talk him into it.
Talk him into what?
Like, if he made a friend
leaving,
online,
you mean like running away or whatever?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah. Like, what if he made a friend?
They very well could have. I mean, honestly, it's kids are young. He could have been talking to somebody on one of his games, and they convinced him to leave. Who knows? I mean, we don't know at this point. He just up and disappeared, you know?
Yeah.
The speculation thing, I mean, it's as like as not that it was his idea too. I mean, my boys, they were the ringleaders. They were the
Okay.
ones who thought up the plans and then talked everyone else into it. And then they
Oh.
managed to avoid getting in trouble by having everyone else do it.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
So, I mean, it did, like, I do not think he meant to stay gone. That's why I think he went outside in his socks. But something happened while he was out there and he just never came back in.
Yeah, that
Whether
was
he changed his mind or the plan changed or whatever, I do think that there's a very, very good chance that he is still somewhere with someone he knows very well and feels safe with. And he's fine. At least as far as he's concerned, he's fine. It just doesn't occur to him to tell anyone else where he is.
Yeah.
Do you
That
think
was
he's alive
just my
somewhere but
question.
hiding out?
I do. yeah.
Like
I
he's
think there
afraid
was too
he'll
much
get in
stress
trouble.
going on between mom and dad, and I think he wanted to get away until that was over with. With the custody arrangements changing and everything, I think it may have just been a little bit too much for him and he just wanted out.
That makes sense. That was just my question. If he if we knew if he got talked into it or something like that.
Not that I'm aware of, baby. I have no idea. But look how many people's ever 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just in this, picture here, in this video where we stopped it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 people there.
Yeah. They've definitely, in my opinion, cross-contaminated stuff if there was stuff there to begin with.
Yeah, because I mean, holy smokes. And then here's even more. There's even more. Look at this. I mean, holy shit. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then behind us there's probably about 8. So we got about 15 people walking around in this area where these dogs have hit.
Yeah. They've contaminated it. And for people like JLR and Olivia and others, if you don't know about autism and you don't know anything, don't try to make up some weird what it is, because I've seen creators do that and they've totally been wrong about it.
Yeah, that happens quite often.
Okay, that was just my question. Y'all have a good day.
You too, baby. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Jen in chat had asked why this case has gotten so much publicity, especially since he's been gone a month. And my thoughts are,
exploded out.
It's the parents coming out with stepdad, because he said he's been nasty, whipping him with a belt. He talks about and.
Wow. Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot of people there covering this. It's a lot more than, there's a lot more people there than I expected, I guess. But that's what I said, when they're searching like that and they don't know where they're going or where they're searching, and they're searching private property. And I understand wanting to find them, I understand wanting to, look for him and stuff, but get a game plan together first. When something like that happens and the dogs hit on something like that, it's best to just get out the way and stay out of the way, I don't know. I hope they do stand down. I hope they listen and they stand down and let them get their stuff together first, and then, get organized and then go back to help. You know what I mean? Because there's quite a few people here and they're asking for more people as well to go help. But I mean, like I said, give them a chance to get their stuff in order first.
Is this today's footage?
This is So this is 58 minutes ago. I wanted to share this. This is from 58 minutes ago.
So it's the more eyes that we have out here to be able to locate him will be a whole lot better.
Frustration surfacing in the search for Sebastian Rogers as nearly a month has passed since the 15-year-old with autism went missing from his home in Sumner County. Today, Sebastian's biological father and a group of volunteers searched again near the Rockland Recreation Area in Hendersonville for any clue leading to Sebastian. This, as they say, private tracking dogs alerted to a particular spot this weekend that they say hasn't yet been checked out by law enforcement. County leaders responding, saying that the volunteers need to, quote, trust the process. As the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and TBI scaled back the ground search for Sebastian Rogers to focus more on the investigative side of his disappearance, his biological father, Seth Rogers, continues to coordinate search parties in the weeks since.
Law enforcement only has so many people. So it's us as a community, as well as a family, you know, to be out there searching and to assist as much as we possibly can.
This weekend, a focus on the Rockland recreational area, about 6 miles from Sebastian's home, where Sebastian's mother and stepfather, Katie and Chris Proudfoot, believe he walked off in the middle of the night. Investigators saying they found little, if any, trace of the teen. Sebastian's father telling me today that the initial search radius was about 5 miles and that he wants to scour as much area beyond that as possible.
We just want to find Sebastian. That man over there is broken. He needs his son back.
Nonprofit search group the United CajunNavy, already in town for the Riley Strain case, joined in the search effort for Sebastian Saturday. Searchers telling me 2 of their tracking dogs appeared to hit on a spot.
When the dog had to hit, everybody got out of the area so law enforcement could come in and do their job. Did they do that? I don't know. I'm not sure. But I feel like it was something that should have been, if not, been checked into.
No confirmation from the Sumner County Sheriff or TBI on whether they followed up on that lead, but a source with the United CajunNavy says since the land is federal representatives would need to accompany law enforcement on any of their searches, and that could happen this week. Meantime, Sebastian's father and his team are given access inside this warehouse.
Sebastian, son. Dad.
But there are concerns among county officials over the search volunteers about safety, complaints over trespassing, and possibly compromising any kind of evidence or scene that might surface. Today, County Commissioner Don Schmidt asking for volunteers to, quote, leave the search to professionals. That did not go over well with many online followers of Sebastian's case or volunteers actively trying to find him.
I'm not going to stop.
Well, TBI did release a statement, a lengthy statement, just 2 days ago, saying investigators continue to follow up on any tips and leads they receive daily, nearly 250 of them so far, and review information as well for Sebastian's case. They said much of the work they're doing to track down Sebastian is not something that you will necessarily see in the public eye.
That's sad. I hope he's alive.
Also, SF Investigates has been there to help Ellie and provided some of the resources he has. Well, that's good to know. I didn't know he was in there in there too. Like I said, I just know that they've asked the CajunNavy has asked him to stand down at least for 24 hours, at least. And like we said, we seen Olivia was there, JLR's there. Dolly's on his way down there. You know what I mean? Like there's, I'm sure going to be more. Justin's going to head down there.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else that they don't need to be named is going to head down there. So it's like tragedy, pimp takeover. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's some other small channels that have been running around there too that are local.
Because you know what Tennessee really needs is more people traipsing around their state.
Yeah. Yeah, I seen that here. Yeah.
All right. Well,
children. It's like money, 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 and then that's like it's just crazy to me.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, 2 weeks after those tornadoes, they're still cleaning up from that. They've got enough. They don't need tourists. But my smoke break's over, so I'm gonna hop down. I'll be in chat.
All right,
Love you,
baby.
Queen.
We'll see you later.
All right, bye.
I think a lot of these people that are here were at Riley's because it's so close, and they just hopped over.
Yeah, you know what? That's what I was thinking too. And like I said, I'm not telling normal people don't go down there and search because I think it's great that people are helping. What I'm saying is, if you're going down there just for your clicks and views, and you're going down there just to live stream it, just to walk around and live stream, you know what I mean, and wander aimlessly, or you know what I'm saying, I don't think that's okay. I think you're down there for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
You're in the fucking way. They don't need people in their way recording and being on their phones and shit. They need people who are actually going down there to search, who are going to go down there and contribute, not walk around on their phone making money off of a missing child.
Yeah, it was, I'm glad that JLR posted the dad's Cash App or whatever, GoFundMe. The dad's got, I think he re-injured his shoulder, and his shoulder's sprained right now, and he's got blisters from walking.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't appear to be in the best shape, but he's been out there nonstop.
Yeah. They said that, that the father has been out there nonstop. Yeah.
And I think he's even in a rental car or something. Someone borrowed him a car because his car doesn't make it that far. I think they said he's about an hour away. But this guy that was on the news with him just now, or that spokesman, I guess is his coworker that's been out there with him.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, if you got a chance to play that other interview or at least watch it, it's kind of
I was gonna say I'll check it out because I don't want to put anything on here that I haven't really seen yet too much, but I'll check it out. Yeah, for sure. This is another YouTuber here that's down there. I don't even know who this is, but just another person that's down there walking around.
Back up and left. So, all right, guys, we made it.
I've said it more than once. I look good in orange.
I mean, a camper, not to my knowledge. My understanding is they searched, brought in like luminol, looked for any type of blood or bodily fluids or anything like that.
Is it? Oh.
So this is the area for the water treatment plant.
Which is good because if there wasn't, they'd probably cross right over, not even realizing,
Yeah.
I wonder if they check under all the covers of their boats.
The one that goes. Okay, yeah. See them all there. Hold on, let me go back.
Like you filming JLR and JLR.
Yeah, see, he's talking about JLR. JLR is down there with him. I think he's way further up ahead. See him?
There you go.
So over here too, I was just talking about this blue building. I went over here yesterday before the search happened.
Oh yeah, he's way back there.
Yeah, he's like, see him back. He's yeah. If you want to come up, you can drop the if you need. Yeah, go ahead, Don. That's fine. Anybody's welcome to come up. You know that. I told you that. It's an open panel, babe. I always keep an open panel.
It was funny that day that the dog hit on that person, JLR. Some like Karen lady came out and like yelled at him, like, you got to leave. And he didn't have his car with him.
Oh, shit.
And they're like, you got to get in your car, but he didn't have it. And I don't think he wanted to say that on stream. So he's like, I'm car sick.
Like, he can just come up with something fat. You know what I mean? He just
Yeah,
comes
like
up
real quick.
Yeah.
I'm car sick. And he was at the dad's job site. I think it was Friday. And St. Jude's came out and yelled at him. And he's like, I'm on public land. This is public property. And then he's like, I got to get out here. These St. Jude's is creeping me out.
Oh my. See what I'm saying? He's like a little manipulated. Like he's, you know what I'm saying? He does shit like very manipulative with his shit. So yeah, this was the hour.
Magnolia had his car.
Frustration surfaced in search for Sebastian Rogers nearly 1 month after his disappearance. This was an hour ago. So let's see what they're talking about here from an hour ago.
Eyes that we have out here to be able to locate him will be a whole lot better.
It's the same thing. We just watched.
Frustration surfacing in the search for Sebastian Rogers as nearly a month has passed since the 15-year-old with autism went missing from his home in Sumner County. Today, Sebastian's biological father and a group of volunteers searched again near the Rockland Recreation Area in Hendersonville for any clue leading to Sebastian. This, as they say, private tracking dogs alerted to a particular spot this weekend that they say hasn't yet been checked out by law enforcement. County leaders responding, saying that the volunteers need to, quote, trust the process. As the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and TBI scaled back the ground search for Sebastian Rogers to focus more on the investigative side of his disappearance, his biological father, Seth Rogers, continues to coordinate search parties in the week since.
Law enforcement only has so many people. So it's us as a community, as well as a family, you know, to be out there searching and to assist as much as we possibly can.
This weekend, a focus on the Rockland recreational area about 6 miles from Sebastian's home, where Sebastian's mother and stepfather, Katie and Chris Proudfoot, believe he walked off in the middle of the night.
See, it's just so hard to believe that he just walked off, you know?
Well, yeah, and what was weird is they have like one of those real fancy door locks on their door where you like type in a code and it locks. So, because they're like, well, how did he lock the door? And they explain that something though with a Ring camera or something wasn't working that day. But they live in an upscale neighborhood, and I thought it was weird that no other he wasn't picked up on anything else. There was a little sketchy footage about some like lights, but it was too hard to tell what it was. But just not one person's Ring camera or anything. No tracks. And then I don't know if you heard about the garbage men that came in that morning, said that the garbage, they called in a tip and said their garbage was a lot heavier than normal because they still lift the garbage there. They don't use that crane thing. And that's why they searched the landfill, but they didn't find anything.
And here they are back up here. What's up, Voices? How you doing today?
I was coming in to bring the garbage information about that. They said it was twice as heavy, and that his shoes are accounted for, meaning he left in his socks.
And the dad had said that he had some traumatic experience with fire ants when he was younger and wouldn't leave with barefoot.
Yes, would not go out barefoot. Didn't like to be dirty. Is not a kid that would like to go outside and play and get messy and dirty. He's not that type of a child.
Voices, did you see the other interview with the dad? And
I watched 3.
I should say stepdad.
I listened to 3 different interviews last night.
It was a longer one with Smiley.
Okay, yes. Yes, I did listen to that. I listened to a breakdown of that as well.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? Like red flags.
Well, here's
somebody
the
just
thing.
dropped a TikTok off back in here. Do you want me to play this, Dawn? Is that what you? Because I mean, I don't know how to stop it. Is you want me to play this? It's about a minute long. This is breaking. Sebastian Rogers update: a spot of soft soil and blood in the Brocken Park area of Hendersonville, Tennessee, hoping to lead to a breakthrough. What? And then it says quick.
I think that's
So
old.
I don't know.
Oh, is it? Here,
That
Dawn, you
sounds
want to
like
turn your camera off?
Saturday.
Before I pop up here, you want to turn? Oh, your camera's back on. Okay, well, you just pop down. Anyhow, yeah, it seems to be all. Seems to be an older one. I'm not sure because I've never really watched TikTok on this. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's from this search where the dog's alerted.
Yeah, because this is what here. I'll just play it.
A quick update regarding Sebastian Rogers. Apparently, they have dogs out in the Rockland Park area at Hendersonville, Tennessee, and the dogs hit on something. From my understanding, they also then found an area that had soft, disturbed dirt and a bit of blood. Since all that came to light, Sebastian's bio dad, Seth, has now shown up. They have kicked all volunteers and pretty much everyone out of the park while they're continuing to search. And in the event that you missed my video earlier today, the United CajunNavy, who was already here helping to find Riley, did come up to Sumner County, came up to Hendersonville to start searching for Sebastian as well. And all of a sudden now we are getting a hit. Anyways, I'm currently doing a book signing, but as soon as I'm done with that, I'm going to head over to the Rockland Park area. I'll try to get you guys more updates as we have them between now and then. So definitely hit the follow button. But also make sure to share this story in the event that it's not him. Sebastian needs justice. He needs the same amount of energy that we gave Riley. So please make sure to interact with this video so we can help get it out there, and let's keep our fingers crossed.
So there's that. Dawn, okay, I got you up here. I didn't want you to put your camera on. What's up,
Hey,
love?
dude. That's fine. Yeah, that one was 17 hours old, but it had a lot of information in it about the surgeries and stuff like that. So about what was going
Okay.
on.
Yeah, I was
It's just
wondering. I
crazy.
played it. I just played it for you.
I had to drop down because with my dad in the hospital trying to coordinate everything and whatnot. It's nuts here today. But yeah, I'm just worried this is going to turn into another Summer Wells case.
Well, it pretty much already has.
The other
I know.
channel was joking that the stepdad and mom is Don and Candace with money.
That needs to stop.
That's
that needs to
awful.
stop. Yeah, I get so aggravated with that because I talked to Candace for a long time, and when it first happened, and that she was going through hell, literally hell, and nobody, they think her crying was all fake and everything else. I don't know. It just needs to stop. They need to stop making these families more victims than they, already are. I mean, usually I'm down in chat, usually I'm down in chat running my mouth and everything, but after everything that I've been seeing and stuff, I'm not staying quiet anymore. But Queen, I appreciate everything that you do. I just want to let you know that, I'm with you 100%. This stuff needs to stop. Everybody attacking you for this, that, and the other, and bringing everything over here. I mean, you're not the mother of everyone on YouTube, but yet they want to bring it all over here, and then it just turns into a big chaotic mess sometimes.
Right. Well, I mean, we're just gonna keep it to Sebastian and
Yeah,
stuff for today,
yeah.
baby. So, all right.
Yeah.
I appreciate you
I just
popping
want to
up,
let you
love.
know.
Thank you so much.
Yep. All
Thank
right,
you for
hon.
that.
I'll check you later. If I find anything else, I'll drop it in your Discord.
Okay. All right, baby. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Love you guys. Bye.
Talk to you later.
Bye. So I don't know who it is that was else on panel that asked me the question about what I thought about the interview. Here's the thing. I think that because we're in the true crime and there's a child missing and a lot of us have a lot of feelings on that, I think that we can look for red flags and we can make them be there, whereas in a family they might not. And I believe that erring on the side of grace, caution, and mercy in this in these scenarios will probably get us farther than going out and pointing fingers and being an angry mob. So, I mean, I don't know what to think about their interviews because I don't live in their household, and what they do in their house, I might not agree in mine. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
I
that's.
don't know. I mean, and like I said, what I thought might be a red flag, somebody else might not think is a red flag.
I think if anything, he's guilty of being a crappy stepdad.
Well, and I mean, he could very well damn be. He very well could be. I just know that
Michael
there's
Slater, you're not nice. No.
well, it's like there's a little boy that's missing, and that's what I care about. I don't care about like the family dynamics right now. They'll sort all of that out when they find him.
The part that got me was CPS. There's been prior CPS calls.
Okay,
Or
yes,
whatever they call it there.
I'll agree with you on that one. That does cause me to go, huh, what the hell's going on in that house? That was my, because there are 2 points in there that I was like, huh, okay, well, I'm going to try not to judge because it's not my child, it's not my family.
Yeah.
My other thing was, I know that they're trying to get Mr. Proudfoot's daughter in there, and there's a problem with the daughter and Sebastian, and that bothers me too.
Yes.
That really bothers me because you don't pick one child over another child. When you mix a family, it's everybody's under the roof, you know what I mean? So, especially when you're autistic and you're high functioning, you require specific things. You require routine, structure, certain things that are always the same to make their life better, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And that he was wearing pull-ups at night, they said, the mom.
I didn't. I
Ridiculous.
must have. This is. Oh, man. I think YouTubers need to be cautious with this. This is the same kind of stuff that. This is like Savannah 2.0.
Yeah. Straight up. That's what it reminds me of.
Sorry, I was pouring my coffee, pouring hot water. Yeah, that's when I woke up this morning and I like, looked at this. I was listening to what you were saying, Queen. I was like, oh my God, this is Savannah 2.0. This is Savannah 2024. And we don't even know a third of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Williams Eyelash, it's very nice to meet you.
You too, finally. I've been around for a long time.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you, love. It's really nice to meet you.
You too, for sure. Everybody. I've been around since the Wells, like way back when.
Okay, so here's the thing I was wondering the other day. They said that he had a Nintendo Switch. So, and then I also heard, good morning, Ange Carter. Then I also heard that he also had a cell phone. So if he had a cell phone, it makes me wonder if he was able to figure out maybe how to bypass and get his Switch online. Because they said that he had gone out, he had his glasses on, no shoes on, but went to take the garbage out and never come back in.
A different time, right?
I thought that was, let's see, I'm trying to think whose interview it was I was listening to last night. I don't remember the ladies' panel they were on, but it sounded like they told him to go take the garbage out. He had his glasses on, he didn't have shoes on, and it was like 8. And then he came, like from there, I don't know what they were insinuating with that specific example. That's the thing. Like in the morning, that morning, they said that the garbage men said that their garbage was twice as heavy as it had been the week prior, but that, and because of him being missing, that led to them searching part of the landfill.
Yeah, and did you hear something about a mattress?
I
kept hearing about a mattress, but I didn't know what that was about, nor did I hear it from them.
So for the Switch, you have to buy Nintendo Online to play. Okay.
The stepdad said that he played Minecraft, but they didn't have it hooked up to the internet. I don't know if you can play it without it.
Yeah,
but
I don't know enough about a Nintendo
at
Switch.
the dad's house, he would go online and play. I don't know what games they played there, but he would be on his account there.
Okay. Nope, his parents, Leela, said that the mom and stepdad said that they did not have, he did not have cell phone, he did not have Wi-Fi or like internet access.
They had it like really tight.
Yes. The thing about the cell phone was said by,
I think it was the mom.
It was, yeah, it was his mom that said it. And I'm trying to, again, I watched 3 different interviews with him on different channels, and I don't know, 2 of the channels I had never seen before.
It'll be
This is the one
interesting
I
to
got pulled
see.
up, and then I got the other one, that Smiley. I got her thing pulled up from over here too.
Okay.
Because they blew off the local reporter, that Nick Bearer guy.
Is this dad over here to the far right?
Yes, ma'am. That's the father. That's Seth.
That's bio dad there, and then other people searching.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
That's the bio father.
Okay, gotcha. I just wasn't sure because you can see. I mean, there's a lot of people out here.
He can't search, but he can help coordinate the grid searches, and he can follow up on it. I think that's what was said in one of the last things that I had heard last night. They don't want the parents searching, but they can oversee the searches for everybody else.
Video, I interviewed the mother and stepfather of Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old who vanished from Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 26th of 2024. He vanished and hasn't been seen since.
Although he doesn't like to be dirty, it's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness, because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast. It's funny like that.
Can you recap the overall story of Sebastian's disappearance? Kind of walk through that day.
Sunday, the day before he went missing, we got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning.
And I bet she remembers every single thing that she did. Every word she said. You know what I mean? She's probably going back and going through everything.
Absolutely. I bet she knows everything that she's done and has racked her brain thinking, what detail did I miss?
Yeah, like, did he say something? Was he acting different? Did he give me a cue? Did he say, you know what I mean? Did I miss something he said that morning? Or I guess I know I would. I guess I can't say she is, but
common momming, common humanality tells us that that's a likely thought process that they're going over, right?
Yeah. But somebody said compare this interview with the one that they've done, and there's quite a few differences.
That is something that I will say is that I think this was one of the first ones that they did. They blew the news off and they did this one. And then there's 2 others out that are out there also. And some stuff changes. Now, could that be because maybe as they interviewed, they got more comfortable? Possibly, but it still caused me to go, huh.
Well, we're gonna go over this one, the other one, and then the one that she just said. I think it's Smiles. We're gonna go over all 3.
Okay.
We're gonna listen to all 3.
We had a good time.
I'm going to jump down right now, but I might be back up. But I'm going to be in chat.
Thank you for coming up and hanging out. I appreciate you.
Definitely. Thank you. I'll talk to you guys. Bye, voices.
Bye, William.
Laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that, and we went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, you know, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley, and then from there we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore.
So they went to the bowling alley, right? Went to the bowling alley and hung out, and then came home.
Yep, sounds like it.
He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. He's come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. I love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he went in here.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Like, you know, where the F is he? You know. I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, you know, walls and watch, you know, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, "I can't find him." And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "He's not in this effing house. I can't find our son." And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood, and I drove over by the school, and he's already like, at this point I was like hysterical, and I was crying, I was screaming. And he was like, he three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like, our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, "Go back to the house, they're on their way." And I drove back to the house, and 20 days later we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever like walked away before, or like has that ever happened? It's just No, first time.
He's not a child.
See, and that's what I was wondering. Has he ever walked away before? And they said no. And I'm like, well, I know that some kids who, are on the spectrum, they will, they will get up and walk out the door, not realizing how many dangers are out, outside of the house. They just
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
realize.
And he's high functioning, so
Yeah.
he could be a little more independent.
Yeah.
Child that wonders. He's not one that is
he doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing. It's always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner. His primary areas are like social and emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And
what are your theories? Like, I'm sure your mind has thought of every possible thing that could have happened, but is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst. And
that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's...
Yeah. Really trying not to go down that road because we're going to find him.
Speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody knows, right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to being looked at.
I just know he's out there somewhere.
One other question I have is recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video? Or
Sure. So there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay. And that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from.
See, it's just kind of, I don't know.
Are you torn on this too? Because part of me is like, okay, this is odd, but the other part of me is like, this is a man trying to shut speculation down.
Right.
And they've seen the video. They're well aware of what it is. And online is saying it's flashlights, but they're aware of what it is. So I'm of two minds on this part because he almost sounds like he's trying to turn it into something or make it something it's not, or make something it's not into something it really isn't. I don't know. But I mean, I could see both sides of it. I could see that he's trying to keep it from speculating, but I don't know about the other.
Well, yeah, and I mean, they're under like a magnifying glass. You know what I mean? Like they are
Right.
everything they do is being watched. Everything that there people are speculating on everything they do.
Right. There, I mean, like any body movements, any tone inflection, all of that is being overanalyzed
I mean,
right
look
now,
how
in my
bad
opinion.
Candace and Don were harassed day in and day out.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Man.
And nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately. And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI news link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff. And it will give you the most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has. And they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer. We're working on Riley's strain and trying to find like if someone missed one on a corner or something. So that's
around this neighborhood, and this whole community. I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got they got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So, yeah.
That's good.
Well, and I'm sure they probably checked all abandoned houses and anything empty houses, any empty sheds or playhouses or anything like that, where he could have possibly went in and was hiding or something.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure those have already been checked, right, around their neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. This is.
Yeah.
If there was something that you could say to Sebastian if he was listening, what would you say?
Oh, God. That if you can see this or hear this, that we just want you home, baby, and we love you. And there ain't nothing gonna stop us from coming and getting you and bringing you home.
I can't speak for his father, but I'm pretty sure we all have the same opinion that we love you, miss you, we want you home. And if you can, call us, get wherever you can, let us know, and we will come get you.
Call 911, run out into the street, go in public, anything. The signs that we've been blessed to have family, friends, and even some in the community that have been helping us, but we've been out spreading those as far as we can, even over state lines, trying to get awareness because, not everybody knows that he's missing, and there's a chance that if someone could see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get his face out there because we want him home.
Surprisingly, even locally, there are some folks that don't even know what's going on, and it's kind of like a shocker. Like, how do you not know? It is amazing because in the past couple of weeks, you've got 2 cases. A 15-year-old boy that has vanished without a trace. You've got a 22-year-old 6'4" or 7" college kid from Missouri who has vanished without a trace. That's a huge significance here. That it's like, wow, how?
That's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the college kid is from Missouri, I think.
Yeah, Missouri.
I can only imagine what his family's going through.
It's like your worst nightmare come alive.
Do you guys receive hate
That,
on the internet.
Yes, and it's ongoing. It's every single day. People are people, and they have their.
He says it's ongoing. It's every single day. Well, I'm
Yeah.
sure he probably gets blown up. I'm sure, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure people talk shit to him and say all kinds of shit to him. Look at how bad it was, like I said again, for Candace and Dawn and, you know, her mom and their family to live, you know, to even just like live, like even have a social media. They were blown up nonstop, constantly. Being told how worthless they are, how much of a piece of shit they are, how they killed their child, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it just would go on and on and on and on and on.
And I'm sure that that's what's starting with this family, because that's, you know, that social media is a nightmare when it comes to this kind of stuff for families.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody is formulating their idea of what's going on and who's guilty and who's not guilty because they want to know or they feel they need to know. There's a difference. Unfortunately, what I will tell you is that when you're the family in this position and you're working with law enforcement and everything's going the way it goes, people automatically assume this parent or that parent. And in this situation, I can promise you, every single parent has been vetted. I can't go into details, but I can tell you we have been vetted and we have been cleared of all possibility of wrongdoing, foul play. There's nothing to that. We've heard all kinds of stories.
I pretty much don't even go online anymore at this point.
I, on the other hand, I do go on and I do talk to these folks and I want them to understand they have this formulated opinion on who we are, not who we truly are. They've never met us. We've never crossed paths with some of these folks. But I have told them online, if you want to know, just ask me. I'll answer your questions to the best of what I can. There are some things that I cannot give you because law enforcement has dictated that we are not to provide certain information. But I will try. I'm direct, I am brash, but I'm very respectful. So if you have questions, ask. I'll give you what I can. Just be respectful, please. And keep in mind, there's 3 parents and there's thousands and millions of people out there that may have a question. We are trying to get to them, I promise you.
How has your guys' life been affected by that? Like, I know it's a broad question, but what's like when you wake up in the morning, what's it just like?
Miserable, to be honest with you.
I wonder if they knew that Olivia was out standing outside of a little boy's house that was murdered by his mother, scream with baby cries. I wonder if that, you know, I wonder how they'd feel about that.
Oh.
Think of it like this. You wake up every morning and your routine is what it is and you know it, right? Now wake up when this happens and you can't figure out what to do. You struggle every single day on trying to get out of the bed, to deal and face everybody's negativity, you know, and you try to make it a positive thing.
Or the fact that my son's still not home.
You know, we have a bedroom that's empty that is never normally ever empty, except for when he's with his dad every other weekend. So now we have a child that's missing. So there's no words to describe it, but I can just tell you, it's like you get up and now you don't know what to do.
Sebastian's parents also talked about how his actions and behaviors could be different, or how he would respond in a new environment.
Well, that's kind of tricky because Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's going to be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, you know, always hungry. On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy. He kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered.
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager. He's
He
got.
doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he
No.
gets really like aggressive stance or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or you know, if he's really upset, he like growls.
Yeah, he. Man.
Share, look, pay
He's
attention.
vigilant. You know.
Well,
sound like
I don't think it was due to threats. Hold on. Just the YouTuber said, I wonder if Ellie asked him to leave due to threats. I don't think it might have been, but I think he had to go back to work. From my understanding, was what they have bills and stuff to pay, and he's been off for a while. So I took it as, or that's what I took it as. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I could be wrong.
I took it as you that she went, you know, he went back to work and she went with him, probably for her own peace of mind and her safety because of all the harassment that's ongoing. You know, I really see this as two parents that are 20 days in, because they keep referencing this at like 20 days. So this interview must have been done on the 29th day. So that leads me to believe that these are parents that are like, they've been through this for 20 days. Right. So day one is, you're not going to be the same emotionally on day one as you're going to be on day 20. Because at some point you become numb to the entire scenario. Your emotions are so raw, and like coping becomes just getting up and getting out of bed becomes hard.
Yeah. I'm sure they get up and, you know, get out of bed and roll with routine, whatever they got, you know what I'm saying? Whatever they got to do to get through that day, to look for Sebastian, or, you know what I'm saying? Find clues, or.
I agree. And so I don't really judge their body movements. I'm not judging the words that they're using, because he just told us that they're getting a lot of harassment online. So that tells me that they're going to be very, very, not leave any room for wiggle room in what they say, right?
Did you
Not
see
so their
this?
words.
Nico says, I think it's funny they have all those guards where he works and JLR can't get in. I didn't know that. I didn't know he had a bunch of guards that kept JLR out of there. I knew JLR was trying to go to his work, though. I did know that. But cold case, Crystal says stepdad had been in Memphis. Hold on. Since the beginning of February.
Yeah, doesn't he work like out of town on a, like, I thought he worked out of town on like a crane or something.
Yeah, I thought he did too. Or they said he works out of town.
Heavy equipment operator out of town. So,
gotcha.
and 3 hours away. So, and that, hell, where I live, that's really common. If you know how to work heavy equipment, shit, they'll send you wherever in the state. People will pay you to come work their job. So, St. Jude's, okay.
Every waking minute. But you would be surprised on how easily people are complacent and not realize certain things. We're all guilty because we're all human. We all live a daily life. But sometimes just being a little bit extra vigilant.
Aware of your surroundings in case there's something suspicious.
You never know. But don't ever stop is all we ask. Please keep looking, keep searching. Anything, reach out. You know, doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely keep his story in the spotlight, and all it takes is for one person to see something or know something, and that's just that one clue.
The old saying, see something, say something.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can. And taking, like, some people have been kind and reached out with resources that I didn't know were out there, and I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
Biker world, that's one thing everybody has in common is their love for a child, and they can't stand to see children missing, hurt, and it doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what group it is. That's one commonality between every group, and that's why as a part of being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody. The biker. So,
how can people help?
This community, I'm gonna tell you right now, far and wide, multiple communities, counties various people, some people in other states reach out either through social media, in person, but everybody is searching. They've looked, they're constantly looking, they're constantly giving us ideas. Hey, check this. What about this? All of that is great.
Report anything that could potentially, even if it's little.
Doesn't matter what it is. However, what we can ask is that instead of people assuming and trying to put negative out there, just try to stay with the facts and report all the things that are positive. Any ideas that may help. Trust me, all law enforcement are available and they are looking at everything.
Well, so that's one of the several interviews they've given. They've given about 5 now. And that's the thing too, is people reach out to these families and reach out to, usually the mom or the dad right away. Brianna with the 1999 Super Sticker says they don't cry enough. They cry too much. She's looking down too much. He's looking up too much. They can't do anything right in some people's eyes. Let's ruin lives to make ourselves feel like we're better than them. Yay.
I got to agree with Brianna on that one. That's why I said, why can't we just give them some grace, caution, and mercy and wait and not just, oh, they did it. Grab the pitchforks and torches and round them up.
Yeah.
Because these parents,
they're not acting right. Like I think they should be acting. I don't think they're crying enough. I don't think they're not being upset. They're not upset enough. They're not angry enough.
Yep.
They're not searching. They're not doing what I think they should be doing. So they're guilty.
Well, if this were my child, this is what I would be doing. How dare them? Yeah. Let's just grab the pitchforks and torches.
Happens a lot.
I don't know. I'm on the side of let's just give them a little bit of grace and mercy because they're already going through something that none of us can even imagine what it would be like. Oh, Carrie Moody. Hang on, let me get your comment. I'll read it. My thing just jumped. Sadly, because there's not enough of us out here that refuse to place blame. The drama makes creators way more money and the simple facts and the truth as we know it, as we know them. I agree. I hate it too, Carrie Moody. I hate it too.
So, let's see here.
You're right, Pecan. Law enforcement will not let family members search. Innocence until proven guilty. Well, we don't practice that on some people on the YouTubes don't practice that. It's guilty until they can prove them till law enforcement deems them innocent. And that's sad. Exactly, Rowena. The homeless man and the frat brothers that were attacked. Yes, ma'am. Woodstock, I agree. I mean, he provided structure, helping routine boundaries. I agree. I also see what others say could make him look abusive. I see that also. And again, I think abuse, what goes on in one person's family might not work for somebody else's family. Yes, Cindy, you can. You can ask a question without pointing a finger. I agree. Every single child on YouTube, every seems and judge it. Yep, they've got to be judged. Yep. Confirmation bias. Yes, be still. You have to survive. I agree, baby. I mean, it's a month. Where could he be? And didn't you guys just say there was like a really bad storms, just a tornado that went through there, that same area recently? In December. Okay.
Well, I have this other one pulled up here, and I don't know if I have permission to play her stuff or not. So let's see. This is it's Smiley's, and let's see. She has the stepdad on here. So we'll go ahead and put it on and listen for a little and see how it goes.
And I
You guys
understand.
hear this okay? Can you hear her okay?
Yeah.
And so I am very sorry. I'm very sorry for you all three of you. I can feel when his dad talks, Seth. I can feel.
Hold on now. So okay. Now I have the background music playing too.
Be still.
What?
Be still. I know that is. Be still is a defender of parents because that was her. That's she lived it, and I know that that's very important to be still. We've had a couple of conversations on it, and you've helped to change my perspective on a lot of things, so I appreciate it.
Yes, Be still knows a lot about this situation. Unfortunately, and it's not by choice, that's for sure, huh, Be still?
Absolutely.
Alrighty, here's another interview with Chris Barefoot or Proudfoot or Longfoot. What is it?
Loudfoot?
Chris Proudfoot. Chris Proudfoot. That's what it is.
Proudfoot, sorry.
Yep. All right, here we go.
That pain and it's just different. I'm not trying again to accuse, like I said, anybody. I'm just trying to make sense of everything, and that's all I can say. I can't be fake. I have to be honest,
Well, it's your opinion and you're entitled to it, obviously, but I can tell you that the pain that his father and I and even my husband are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
Yes, ma'am. I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Yeah, you surprised me calling me. You surprised me calling me, but I'm glad I could bring you on and hopefully, talk about this. A lot of people's just interested. I know it's irritating and I know it's irritating. Me included. I know I am too, but we're just all we all have opinions and there's no stone we can leave unturned. We have to think outside the box. And I know it's irritating to you. I know it's irritating to everybody, but we all want Sebastian found. And
how do you make?
All right,
how do you feel about
Sebastian's mom and stepdad are on her panel. How can what?
How do you feel about this? Sounds like she's got them. Sounds like she's coming into this with her mind made up that they're in the wrong somehow.
That's how it goes. Cool.
I just told Katie, we just have to go with. We all have our opinions, and they may not always be good, but you know, my heart's in the right place. But go ahead and I'll let you start or whatever you want to do.
So, do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is my call. I don't care. I don't miss this phone call because it's my daughter.
No, you go ahead.
Go back and hang tight. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll be here.
Is
Yeah.
that
You're still. You're okay. Hold on.
Hello?
That's me. I'm gonna knock you off for a minute. You just come back when you're ready. Okay. So I think he's on mute. Okay. So
And
Katie.
that'll clarify that side of the question everybody's been asking. No, he does not have a restraining order from his daughter. He speaks to her, just to go ahead and clear that one out, because I know there's been a lot of talk about that as well.
Yeah. So I mean, he still speaks to her on the phone, as y'all see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That little girl is precious and loved, just like Sebastian.
Yeah. So somebody's wanting to know, that question's come up a couple of times, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just going to ask that. I have saw it, like, do y'all, so do you not call her y'all's daughter, since y'all call him y'all's son?
We do, and a lot of people are reading into it. It's just how we talk. Our boy, our girl, my son, my daughter, his son, his daughter. I mean, they're our children, but our children also have other parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, both of our children have more than just two parents.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but like, why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February. Was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's, you know, it's just part of it when you work away, you know, you see each other when you can, but he doesn't, it's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. Like, that's not a trip that you can make, you know, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him.
Yeah.
They have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think.
Oh, okay. Yes, absolutely.
Hey, can you pause for a second? Because I just thought of something.
They talk regularly.
Yep.
Y'all, it could have been, that could have very well been his daughter was calling in on the phone, but he was in a vehicle with a work radio. It's possible that what we heard that we thought was another person, it could have been like his work radio. If you're in if you work construction, a lot of them have a work radio in the truck. And that's could have been what we just heard, was communication coming over like a two-way radio, like a CB type, or like the little, we have them for camping, the little boxes, like they're little walkie-talkie like things. So that could have been, we don't, why would we, I mean, if he said it's his daughter, why can't we believe it's his daughter?
I didn't know people weren't believing him. I didn't know that was an issue.
Why it wasn't his daughter? Listen, it's not his daughter. Yeah, well, no, I don't believe that. I mean,
you don't believe what? That's his kid or what?
No, I believe that it's. I don't believe that he lied about who the phone call was from. I believe that he was probably at work, and that was a work radio that we heard in the vehicle. Not, that's what I believe. I believe that it probably was, and I don't think it matters because he come right back. As we pause this, he was asking for a link so he could come back up.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because I want to make sure he sees it. I'm not fancy like everybody else, so I watch it over here. Okay, I watch it over there.
I just went ahead and skipped forward.
Okay, or whatever about your one. Basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that, okay, so are you working now or are you just taking off or anything like that, like for a certain amount of time?
So is this to me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your
No,
people?
I'm asking you that. I just wondered.
Okay.
Like if you, I was just wondering, like if you, like, are you, in fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get
Don't turn your chat off. Leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
That way you can get all these questions coming in, because like I said, I told you, I gave you my word. I come on your show. I would answer questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I'm respectful. And I ask for the same in everybody else.
Yeah, and I told them a while ago, just please be respectful, because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all, because
So one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men. It's not that I don't want to talk. Right. It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24 days than I've probably ever talked to in my entire life. Same thing goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendos, whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. And I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you would, because he does
What
go
the
out
fuck?
everywhere,
So
and
he probably understands.
he wants the truth. I mean,
so obviously he's like, no, I'm not talking to this JLR. No.
Right. Can you give me a reason why I should talk to him? And this is the
Yeah, I'm glad he's
stepfather.
asking questions. I really am. I'm glad he's asking questions.
I can't listen. I'm an asshole too, so I actually kind of respect the guy for like setting a boundary. They've had their entire life dug into by people that they don't even know.
Upside down their whole lives.
They got a missing kid. It's not our right to be on the internet digging into them.
Here we go.
And he may not get the truth out of you, but I have seen him literally go in places deep, like scary places, and like really just try to get the truth and try to like follow people that's just taking him in the woods or whatever, show him places, whatever, that he didn't know from Adam. He goes from one place to another. He may be on a plane to Mexico. Next time he might be in California, whatever. And, you know, I mean, he's grown a lot. I just think a lot of people don't give him a chance. That's just my honest opinion.
Right. Do you know why people don't want to give this man a chance?
Well, go ahead and tell me. I mean, I want your opinion.
So I'm going to tell you my personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay. This is my personal opinion. This is nobody else's, not my wife's, not anybody else's, my personal opinion.
Okay.
So I did my due diligence, and I read up on Jonathan Lee Rich. Excuse me. I read up on him. Not necessarily the best character in the world. When you start reading and the first thing comes up, everything that you can find on this individual. Now, I don't know him, Adam from Eve. I really don't. He don't know me, Adam from Eve. But when he opens his mouth and goes out there and starts spreading lies, and yes, lies, because unless you got hardcore evidence that I'm an abusive husband, abusive father, I've got a restraining order against me, unless you got proof, don't open your mouth, because it's real simple. I don't have any of that. Good luck finding it. I've never lied to y'all. I've been open and honest. People don't like my answers, so people want to come back with their own assumptions. And I'm so sorry that I can't open up and give you every little piece of evidence and every little detail that we know. I am terribly sorry. It sucks, because when it does and it can come out, my only question to everybody else is, when are you going to start issuing public apologies? That's not to you. That is to everybody that wants to come out and badmouth people that don't understand it, don't have a clue what's going on. And I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I can understand that. But let me ask you this: if somebody has over 100,000 people, why do you care what their past is or what they say if they can help you get Sebastian's name out?
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified everybody else that puts in a lead or says, well, check out the stepfather, do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board. Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all three parents have been completely vetted. All three parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it? I understand to a point. I do. But it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life, even when this is over. However it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
She makes a great point.
Yeah, you have to find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless, period.
I want to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that he's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard they're clapping, and that's fine. I guess I'm currently working.
Yeah, y'all.
Now, where understand people, where I work is really nobody's business. And I would hope you would respect that because I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
Yeah, I don't feel anybody should be going to anybody's job or anything like that. No, I don't feel anything like that. But as far as JLR, I mean, that's up to you who you speak with or anything like that. I do appreciate you holding up to your bargain, speaking to me. Some of the harder questions, I it has nothing to do with you. But I'm just saying, as far as all that has nothing to do with you. It's just a matter of how I put it to every case that I care about. And there's no reason to be angry about it. It's just something. Whether it's me, you, or whoever, and that happens. Look, I had a grandson that went missing for a couple of hours here not very long ago, back last year, and I know how that feels. And we can sit and say this happened, this one, and this one don't know, and whatever. But I'm very passionate about these. I've been through a lot of tragedies that a lot of these people that are my subs don't know that I've been through, and a lot I have told them. But I understand mine is not yours. I understand that, but I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate about Sebastian, and I do have to ask these questions, and they're questions you don't like. And whether you're in here,
no, it's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning, I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is because of the ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
Well,
and I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers, or billboards to help find our son. I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
Yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with, because Seth wanted, I heard him on another show. But anyway, I suggested, same thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever, 5 minutes later. They see the picture, they see the photo. As long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me. They can read or something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing Summer Wells and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning, first I did it to put my Cash App up for a point one day, and then I took it back down. And the next thing I'm just like, no, they're like, you need to monetize. I'm like, you're right, I'm going broke. Trying to just keep the word out or whatever. Like somebody just gave me $10. I spent that today in gas and going and getting flyers and doing whatever just on Sebastian. That's where I know you just said that. So
right, but that you're not monetizing on. You're utilizing it to do something to put it forward. Right. But those people who want to pocket money, on the other hand, I'm not about pocket. I'm not lining your pockets.
Right. No,
I get that. I'm going to be very respectful because I don't want to say it like I would normally say it, but I tell everybody, no, because if there are some folks that don't like cussing.
Well,
but understand something. I'm respectful about it because I'm being positive here. But if you don't feed me, finance me, or sleep with me, I don't owe anything to anybody at that point.
Well, I think we kind of think alike there, you know, and I don't, yeah, I agree there, you know, and that brings me to say, hey, you should not care what people think. But JLR, back to him again. And I hate to keep bringing him up because you're on here and I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. And I want
that's fine.
Not JLR, but what I want to say is one other thing you have to take in consideration, him going to all these places, not just to help Sebastian, but all these other people. That's not free. You got to remember that that's not free. So I'm just saying.
Right. But if I'm on his show, we're talking about my son's case.
Mm-hmm.
I understand. There's a situation of my son, not everybody else's. You know, and I know he's doing his thing and I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is some of the stuff he does put out there that he asks. When I've asked the guy, I said, do you have proof? Do you have physical evidence that I am anything what you say?
Right.
And he doesn't. So then keep my name out of your mouth.
Right.
It's real simple.
And then you don't want him, like if he does this, because he's there now, so you don't want him. And I don't know, I'm not going to talk to him on the phone or anything. I don't do that. But like, I just like what he does. But so I'm just asking because he'll hear this. So are you, and you don't want him to monetize on that, he's talking about your son, correct?
Yeah. If he's going to monetize, take that money, go buy flyers, go buy yard signs, put it on the billboards.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and that's fair. I'm asking, he wants me on the show. That's fine. Then I want a public acknowledgement that you're going to donate every dollar that you make off of my son's show to finding it.
Nope, ain't gonna
That's
happen.
fair.
Let's just stop it right there because that ain't gonna happen.
No. Hey, Queen Duchess is in the house.
What she got? What's up? What's going on? How you doing, Duchess?
She's got 2 interviews too.
Yeah, I heard she reached out to him too. I was kind of wondering how that went down. How were they? Like, what was he upset with you? Was he rude with you? How'd that go down when you reached out to get the interview with him? Or did he just show up on your show? Or because some people say that he's kind of rough around the edges. Some people say that he's real cocky. Others are saying that he's just really stressed going through, something major like this can have anybody stressed and you know what I'm saying, not being themselves. So but yeah, that's what I was thinking, Cappy. She said, damn, this fool sounds seasoned as AF seasoned in how exploitation works on YouTube. Like he caught on to the YouTube fuck shit fast. It takes some people years. I'm happy he's standing up for this.
Do you read back chat?
Oh no. Oh, good deal.
Anyway, yeah, I Cappy, you're absolutely right. Amen.
Katie's cousin, hold on, I didn't reach out to him. Katie's cousin had asked me to talk to them. Okay, so the family member that did then, right? Are you friends, Katie?
That's Sebastian's mom. That's nice.
Yeah.
That I like. I like that.
The case. Well, that's good. That's really good. I'm not saying that you reached out to him for any harmful or to be a tragedy pimp or nothing like that. I'm not saying that. I'm just asking what was the response? Was he being like with you like he was with her? He seems like he's real defensive. But I mean, like I said, I'm glad, like Cappy said, I'm glad he knows. He's with he's well aware of the tragedy pimp shit. He's well aware that these people go down there and make money on missing and murdered children.
Well, JLR showed up at his job. So, I mean, come on. Just leave him
right,
alone.
How disrespectful can you be? And then you want me to have an interview with you? No.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. And I get that. Now, can I say one other thing? Because before we kind of get started, and the only reason is because fair is fair. And I want to say this. And I said I would treat you fair, and I will. I try to treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay. But I want to say this. Like my heart really hurts for Seth. It really does. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody because no matter what happened. Now listen. No matter what happened, don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled, if it was no matter what it was,
right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody. But this is just it's insane. It's insane. I feel for Seth, but I feel for all of you, but I can feel his pain so much more. But what I feel for is I do feel for his mom. And I'm going to say this. When she said, can y'all stop or ask Chris to stop saying that that's his son, because it's not, and it kills Seth, even though he don't say anything. I just wanted to say what you had to say about that.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm a stepdad to a 15-year-old young man. Okay. I came in Sebastian's life, roughly he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him, and I still help raise him. And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her mother has another man that lives with her. Now, whether or not they're married, I don't know. That's not my business personally. Okay.
Yep.
Last time I checked, they were not married, but my daughter refers to him as daddy. Now, what does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris. I have always left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Right. Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
Right.
So his mother has her opinions, and that's that.
You know, and unfortunately, I hate that family disputes. And I don't care if what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse, just because. And it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working together to find Sebastian, because Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
Katie, let me ask you, the night, Sunday night, when you said there was a noise, what type of noise do you think that was that you heard?
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was not uncommon, which is why I said, hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep.
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that time, but did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. You know, when he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, when Seth said that when he came, that everything was in pristine condition except for his room. Like, I know that the LE was there, and he said that the LE was there. Well, I mean, what did he mean by that? Was that just like the bed was unmade, or, you know, where you looked under things, or was it like, what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy, but even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things, me looking through things, like everybody was searching everything.
So I have a question then real quick. So you're asking that question, is that because there's somebody's trying to insinuate that we tried to cover something up because the house was clean? Or
No.
And please understand why I'm asking that question, because whether my house is dirty or clean really doesn't matter. But okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
Okay, well, I'll explain it to you. It's because I have a son that is autistic. He's 28 now, but I know it's all different types of children on the autism spectrum, but they like stuff in order. And so I was just wondering, like, I was just trying to think back, and I'm just wondering, like, what did Seth mean by that? Like, was it just because the bed was messed up? And then I know the cop, like, doing these cases and stuff, I know the cops. So, I mean, it's not like you have to be paranoid that I ask you that. It's just, I was asking that because I was thinking back on things, not only personally, but because I was just trying to make sense of, and then when Katie said, well, it was just his room's out of order and stuff, I'm just thinking, well, you know, some kids, maybe they do, you know, if they're autistic, you know, I don't know. I just asked that question. When I ask questions, I just listen, let me just tell you this. When I ask questions, you don't have to necessarily look, I'm not the police. Okay. And you don't have to worry about how I ask questions. It's just, I also work for a retention center for 11 years, and it was my job to retain people and think outside the box. And that's what I do. It's a habit. So there's
Right.
that.
So me asking that question back is because you got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying your viewers. So let's make that super clear so that viewers don't get that screwed with anything. But there's so many people out there with their insinuations, and because you asked that question, it would not surprise me to see a comment, well, that's because they cleaned the house before the cops got there. Trust me, we have seen it all, heard it all. People are putting stuff out there that is completely obtuse from the truth, and it is ridiculous. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah. Well, you can ask me anything you want. I mean, I don't mind explaining why I asked. I just don't want you to think I'm asking things in nefarious ways. I'm just simply asking. I'm trying to think, because I've been sitting here thinking for days, and I have my own things, and sometimes they have not been good. I'll just be straight up honest with you because I'm not going to be fake and try to hide anything or whatever. You said yourself, you've seen things that I said. I was not too happy the other night when somebody took my question and asked you, and that was a personal question when you said you know, and I didn't like how you answered it, to be frank with you.
What did I say? Do you remember what it was, please?
It was something about, I was pretty hurt about that myself, and I didn't like that because you knew it was coming, but I didn't ever expect it was coming from somebody else, you know, but they did that because they was butthurt at me anyway. But that's okay. It's okay. It's not about me fighting with anybody else. It's about Sebastian here. And you know, I just felt some kind of type of way because it's the way you answered it, and you already had it in your private messages. But none of that matters. What matters is Sebastian, and I want to know, tell me, Chris, can you tell me about the snake? Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake? Or y'all got or decided together, or tell me about the snake.
Okay, so right. So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So long time ago, I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my favorite things. In California, we actually had a snake. They had a bearded dragon. It died. But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But we had a Sementine boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
Oh, he loved that thing.
he's never had one that was his snake, his own snake. Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, you know, purchased. However, I've got friends that are in the world still that are in that business, and we all chit-chat. And I wind up coming across, basically I had like about 30 snakes at one given time. All of them were ball pythons. I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to the point with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, you know, having a snake means responsibilities. You're going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he
if you
actually
don't,
did.
Hey, what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And they stopped.
Yeah. And parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now, we're not going to just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snakes.
So did his dad not want them, or you couldn't take them to his dad's or anything so he could see them when they're there? I just wondered.
No, his
Well,
dad couldn't take them.
Well, his dad was going to take 30 snakes. I mean, because the 30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack, all kinds of stuff. I mean, you got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that. People don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, it's just a question. I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, you know, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, you know, pets, and so I just wondered.
I mean, to this day, I call it my buddy. You know, if Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake, his big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are. And he's like, "You want to see him? Just come on over, man. Whatever, just call me up." Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
It wasn't like he would never get to see it again. It was just
right. Lessons have to be taught. I'm a very firm believer. You know, it is what it is.
So okay.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna ask.
Like I said, it's all about clicks and views for Smiley too. I mean, for a lot of them, it is really. I mean, but I don't know Smiley, so I don't know Smiley to be speaking on that. I do know that she was involved in the Summer Wells case, and she was in the thick of it, in the thick of the bullshit. So I know that about it, but I don't know much else.
You know, is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
How did you discipline him since he, you know, how did you discipline him?
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak. I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room. And people are going to make me sound like I'm so horrible. But I promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again. So if you tell them to clean their room, and they go in there and they clean the room. Well, they say come out, well, it's clean. And you go in there and you go to check the room and the room's not clean. Okay. Thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room's clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay. Now I'm going to clean your room. And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom. If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put in the right places, it goes in the trash bag. If it's not important enough for you to take care of and pick up, I'll take care of it for you. Throw in the trash bag. Tie it up. I've done this to him twice. One time, Mom talked me out of it. The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag, go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be? Well, no, sir. Then I suggest you go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning. Yes, sir. Hauls butt to that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be. Now, it sounds crazy, but I promise you try it with your kids, man, your kids will be like, oh my God, they ain't kidding. Works amazing.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
Well, now, see, I don't think he would ever just say, yeah, you know, like.
Wow. What is that doing to help find Sebastian? What does any of these last three questions do? I mean, like, why are you not getting out the timeline, the areas, things that he likes? Why are you talking about their parenting styles? I don't understand this.
I don't either. That's kind of where I was at with that. I'm not sure what kind of question is that? Well, was he a burden to you? No, he's my child. What the hell? Or my stepson, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know.
Because
Man.
one family parents, this has very strict parenting rules, doesn't mean.
Oh, hold on. Smiley's the one that called Don Wells' father who has Alzheimer's. Are you fucking
That's
serious?
What I thought.
Not a very good interview, in my opinion. That guy said, yeah. I mean, I
this is only helping to perpetrate the drama around this and keep it flowing.
Yeah, because let me go see Duchess. Let me go find hers. Here, we'll finish. I'll let this play out while I go find hers.
No. The burden. So, what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of being able to, yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it, and what you can do, what you can't do, because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other, and finally everybody understands it,
right?
Man, it is a beautiful, beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
And another thing, if he hasn't seen Sebastian since February 1st, why is Katie not answering these questions? Why is Katie not the one to speak? She's the one who spends the majority of the time with him. That is her son. And, this guy hasn't been around, so I'm not really sure why she's interviewing him and not Katie.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it either. I don't understand it either.
Wow. Okay.
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream or any of that like violent type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
And first off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And I have taught that to Sebastian. You will never strike a woman, period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but again, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that again, there was a time, and this is a long, people can change, but again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth. And that, again, that's a long time. I wasn't there. So
no.
And I wasn't there either, for the record. So,
yeah, so maybe Katie should answer this. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe Katie should answer
no.
this.
That, oh Lord, no. That is a whole nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what brought me to my question. So I was just wondering if, Sebastian stepped in. And then I had heard at another place where Seth had said Sebastian would step in. And I didn't even know if he was talking about that or not, because I heard about that separate, that Sebastian would step in and say, don't do this to my dad or whatever. And he could be talking about something totally different. But, again, I have to think all kinds of things in my head. So did Sebastian have tantrums at all? And this is
yeah. I mean, he's a kid. I mean, it's even when I came in the picture, I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad. I mean, to the point, I mean, so I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the mud. So what is in the past is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation. The past is a past. It needs to die. Let it be. But at the same time,
they keep saying, who's Rachel? So you want to answer that before you tell them
yes,
to pass
yes.
by?
Okay. So I got no problem. Rachel is my third.
I didn't know about Rachel. So
No. So here, I'll make this easy for you. So I've been married 5 times. I'm on my 5th wife, and she's going to say you're final. So
what?
He's on his 5th wife. Okay.
And
So
this is his 5th and final. Is that what he said? This is final.
He says he's on his 5th wife, and Katie says it's his final wife. So I mean, that makes sense.
What? I'm still not even understanding what in the fuck him or his 5 wives have to do with Sebastian missing.
I don't know. I don't understand it either. And I saw somebody say, "Don't hate on Smiley." She found out about this, and no, like I was trying to finish reading the comment.
Okay, I thought you were saying don't hate on Smiley. I'm like,
No.
I'm not hating on her.
No, and that's what I was trying to say was we're not hating on Smiley. We're listening to the interview, and they said that she only had a few minutes to put it together. That would have maybe been this constructive criticism. Maybe that would be the reason to not do something on last minute, so that you have all of the right questions in place, so that you're getting factual information out. Again, I believe that this is the problem, because many YouTubers think that they're a media person and a news outlet, but they didn't they didn't go to school and get a degree in journalism and learn all the proper steps and all of that. So I can see where this
lost
can
me
be.
when she said, "Was he a burden to you?" Like,
Yeah, that's not like that. Then becomes, I'm sorry, in my opinion, this is tragedy pimp like. Did you find the Duchess one?
yeah, let me see here. I have 2. Well, there's 2 up here. I'm not sure. This one just says live Sebastian Rogers 7 days ago discussion. So I'm not sure if this is.
And then she said that the second one was because Chris wanted to do. Oh, keep going on this one. Okay, sorry.
Do we have here? You know what, Duchess? Will you do me a favor and drop it in my back chat? Come up and drop it, because I see that you have a couple on here. This one's just a discussion though, so I don't really want to play that. If there's a interview or something though, that's I see there's one that says live Sebastian Rogers discussion, live exclusive update, live Amber Ray, live Richard Mann, live urgent, live update. I'm not sure which one is the other than the live Sebastian discussion. Does he come up? Is there a timestamp that he comes up, or is it a video? Am I missing something?
Oh, chat is saying
does
to
it,
watch
Kels?
this.
She said I would like to watch it a little further. It gets really interesting. Okay, all right. Well, we'll finish playing a little bit of it then, and I'll finish looking for this one.
let me make that clear. She's probably going to yell at me later that I didn't say final. But I've been married 5 times. Okay. First time, her name was Vanessa. Second time, her name was Stephanie. Third time, her name is
Okay.
Rachel. Fourth time, her name is Nina. And I'll gladly answer any questions in any of my marriage. Out of the 4 ex-wives, 3 of them to this day, I can actually pick up the phone, call, and we can have conversations. That's how good it is.
Okay.
My 4th ex-wife, which is the one I have with my daughter, sometimes we can have cordial conversations, sometimes we cannot. I will make that positive. Like, I'll leave that there. That's why we go to court.
They keep saying something about the story of Rachel. What is the story of Rachel?
The story of Rachel.
Maybe how y'all met and maybe how long did y'all, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about Rachel because I haven't dug in that deep into anything. I'm just,
Why does any of this matter?
How long was y'all married maybe and how was your relationship? Do y'all have any kids? I don't know.
No,
I'm just,
no. I have one biological child in this world. One. That was my 4th wife.
Okay.
The story with Rachel's real simple. We met. We were all friends. We shared an apartment together. That was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And somehow or another, we wound up starting a relationship. Like, things just happened. I mean, whatever. So we got married. And Rachel took a job where she was working down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a civilian. And while she was down in Guantanamo Bay, I guess promiscuity got the best of her, and she decided to be unfaithful.
Mm-hmm.
We ended that relationship. She went back to Cuba. You know, I packed up the house. I put all her stuff in a storage unit. Gave one of her friends that lived in the area the key. Told her the combo. Set up the payment plan for her. Everything like that. You know, as far as I know, she lives. I think it's in New Orleans now. And I think she just had a 2nd child, so she's got a little boy and I think a little girl now. Were
you part of any of the stepchildren's lives there in your other marriages?
Yes, my 4th wife, Nina. She has 2 children. Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you because I don't want people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those kids are not being drugged.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very much involved during the marriage. Well, her and I were together with the kids' lives. It was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married, but we did.
Yeah. What the fuck does any of this matter?
I don't know, but it's like, that's way too much information.
You know, but I mean, still to this day, like I said, when things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other 2 kids at all. You know, occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not. You know, they're good kids. They really are.
So did Sebastian have any friends that he ever brought over to the house, like that y'all allowed, like, and it could be, like I heard Katie say somewhere too, maybe it was in one of the Facebook groups, but it was in writing. I didn't really hear her say it, but she wrote it down that she had other, maybe it was in an interview, I don't know. Like, he had other friends, or you had other friends, Katie, with children like him that had autism. So did you ever have play dates, I guess is the right word, where you try to get him together with other children like that?
Yeah, I was trying to get her to come up and drop it in the back chat or give me a timestamp. I'm not sure which one it is, and I didn't see him talking on the live, so I don't know what interview it is. So, Duchess, if you get a chance, will you come up and drop it in the back chat so we can go over it or play it? If not, it's all good. It's okay. I just can't find it, the one that you're talking about. So,
that, or maybe that was invited over to the house, or can you give me a day, like what it was like for him around other children, somebody outside the family?
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with a lot of the children his age because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very like single mind tracked. Like if he's wanting to talk about like Minecraft, then he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft. And so a lot of times, like other children will be like, yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this, and he'll be, so they wind up getting frustrated with each other, and that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play. Is because personal space is also another part of it, where he disregards like what we call the personal bubble, just because he just doesn't have that awareness. Like he'll just be right here in your face. But he's capable of getting along with other kids. I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. At school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids. But even that, you know, they have to take breaks, you know, because not him, but not just him, but, you know, even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things. And so they get to each other and they have fun. And then, you know, something will happen and one or both will get frustrated. And so they got to, you know, time out and whatnot. we have met some kids, especially like, because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in like public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them, it gives an opportunity to interact and work on those like kind of social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding, with appropriate emotions and stances, like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy, and we have like a scale that we work on, like, what is the problem that's frustrating you? Is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3? And then, okay, well, what's your response to that, type thing. So, yes, he does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those like stronger bonds with people.
Mm-hmm. Was he starting to notice girls yet?
I think so, although he's in denial. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to tell mama that he likes girls.
Yeah. Were y'all a part of a church or anything like that?
Yes. So we attend. So hold on.
We attend
Yes,
church.
we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But if we go, we tend to frequent the one called Freedom Church. It's up in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and?
Yeah, when he was in church, so the kids area. Oh my God.
They've got a phenomenal youth program.
Yeah, I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to dance.
Yeah, dance.
I mean, now, granted, what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
he's definitely got a unique rhythm.
Yeah. Oh.
But he loves to dance.
Yeah. And that makes me think, I mean, just the music he said he liked Eye of the Tiger and different things. I mean, it just makes me, smile. I want him to find him. I mean, and I know you do too. It's just, we got to ask these questions and we got to look and search. Somebody was saying on the Nancy Grace today. And then, by the way, is there any reason why y'all didn't go on that show today too?
We were not invited.
We didn't know about it until after.
Okay, because that's what I heard. Yes, they said that he did throw tantrums. They did say that. Okay, so there was a guy on there that said, and I'm sure y'all watched it, that said everything needs to be re-looked at, researched, but everything needs to be spread out more areas,
We've been pushing to spread the search because with the amount of people that we've searched with and had search, and all the volunteers and all the law enforcement with the area that they searched for so long, we feel like if he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. And so we've been searching out farther than just like within the 5-mile radius, but we've been pushing out and we've been searching farther away from the house, looking for any signs and posting those signs all the way to the state line and then some, in all directions.
Now, did you like somebody thinks that well, not somebody, people think that y'all have not been doing the flyers. I mean, but y'all have been doing the flyers. Is that correct?
Absolutely, we have.
You absolutely have. Okay.
So let me help some people with some information about things when it comes to searching. Flyers, those signs that people have taken pictures and posted on Facebook that say missing, the yard signs.
Yes.
Those came from us. My mother is a real estate agent. We've got some friends in the business that can help do things, and my mother was able to get the signs for us. So the signs have been distributed between me and Katie and my mother. We've got some really great friends in the family. We got a great community who we have handed signs out to, and they have gone out and placed them. Flyers, we've had, I can't tell you the amount of support that the community has put together as far as helping us with these flyers. We go to make copies of a flyer somewhere, and we ask them, say, look, I just need to know how much it's going to be for this many. And bless everybody that has done this, because a lot of people will only have us pay for 100 of them, but they'll give us 500 of them. Mm-hmm. We've got people in the community that when they hear it, they're like, no, we're paying for that. Not y'all, we are. I'm like, no, I appreciate it. I really do. If anything, we'd like to give you some, you can pass them out, whatever. So it's been out there. There's billboards across this entire state. I can tell you personally, from Memphis, Tennessee, all the way to Nashville, going down 40, between 240 and I-40, there's at least 7 billboards that were out there posting Sebastian. There was some in Rivergate, some in Madison. There's some out toward Knoxville. I mean, the reach that we have gotten put out there, we've gotten a company that will have in Spanish and in French.
Oh, that
flyers are being pushed all the way up into Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're reaching out. We've got great family and friends and blessed people out there. Like I said, if we never meet you, and I am sorry, I wish we could. I wish we could shake everybody's hand and give everybody a hug, regardless of how you feel or what you think. But the fact that you keep his name in the public view alone, we can't thank you enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I tell everybody every day, look, I don't care who does it. If I see it, you might see on my community page, everybody's shared 100 billion times. I just want his name and face out there too. And whew, it's a lot. I seriously I have a lot of passion for these cases, the ones that I choose to do. I really do. I'm not big. I grew up. I was born and raised right there in Nashville. I have family right down from y'all. And I have a teacher over at Beach High School, and it means a lot to me. This case right here, and it touches my heart. It does. It does.
Yes, but sorry, but I just yes.
Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just that was the question that I had. And that has. Let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. That was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states,
Mm-hmm.
New Mexico and Tennessee.
And and that did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee, West Sebastian, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. I got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher, "They're mandatory reporters." So the teacher reports it.
Mm-hmm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that shoved into one.
So hold on. Sebastian made a CPS report against him?
Yes. Chris just said that Sebastian didn't have his belt on. He said, "Where's your belt?" Whack, got him. He went to school, told the teacher that his dad hit him. They're a mandatory reporter. And CPS shows up that night when they're sitting down to dinner. He said that he had CPS called on him in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee. And the links and timestamps to the other interview are in back chat.
Oh, okay, cool. This is the one we need. Okay, hold on. This is Duchess right here.
That's Duchess's with the timestamp.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So you guys want to finish watching this, or you want to switch over? What do y'all want to do?
I think they want to finish watching this part because it just got to the part
CPS stuff. Okay. All right, here we go.
And Josh from the lab is
got it debunked. They were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story."
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Josh from the lab is calling in just a minute on this interview.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah, that's fine. If he wants to pop up, he's welcome to pop up. Oh, you're talking
No,
about
honey, it's on the interview.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It mixed into 3 and it caused a commotion. Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She's, "Hey, I already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blue, blue, blue." And she told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out just a minute.
Wait. Did he say he hit Sebastian with the belt? Or I'm sorry, did Sebastian say he hit him with the belt?
Yes, ma'am. And Chris said that he hit him with a belt. He said that they were on the way to school his dad asked him where his belt was. Then he whacked him, and then Sebastian went to school and told his teacher that his father hit him with a belt. Teacher's a mandatory reporter, and the teacher had to make the report to CPS.
I don't know about this, man. I don't know about.
I don't believe hitting a child for forgetting a belt is a decent thing to do, but
well, yeah, no, that's not cool at all.
I don't agree with hitting children. I was a child that was hit for stupid things like that. I don't agree with it.
It's not good, man. And he admitted to it too. Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, Robbie, I think I'm with you.
You cut out. I can. Oh, there you go. Okay.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, no, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished. And he was like, but. And I was like, you got punished. And the lady took him outside. She goes, Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie, you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that. So we had that happened. And the lady was like, I am so sorry. And I said, no, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, see, eat your food. And we went back and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know what was he wearing when they went to dinner. Maybe he returned, if it was his favorite place, I guess, to the restaurant. Katie, you remember?
We may have lost her.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, she's been going in and out. Okay, we'll save that. I'll just leave it up there so I don't forget or whatever. Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I'll just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with him missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no. We don't have to go into whatever. And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or anybody. I'm just saying. Does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay, that's good enough. Now, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry, and he may be back too. Let's see, paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it.
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Just call. Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. He's been wanting to ask y'all a question, and I guess he can't get me to see it or something. So I just told him to call real fast if that's okay. He texted me, and I just happened to see it, if that's okay. And nobody take this. I'm trying to get this link back out. So Chris, what kind of stuff? Oh no, he's down. He's probably going crazy. I put the wrong phone number in there. Anyway, there he is. There he is. He's like, he's gonna come up here just a second. Josh, sorry, I put the wrong phone. I put the wrong number in there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So
okay, is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry about that.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
me. I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever. He jumped up here on panel. And, he wanted to ask me something, actually. Sorry.
Far away, man.
Well, so you and I we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I'd asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So
Now,
you're not really being honest.
Wait a minute. You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in the country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And I told you, yes, there was, because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing. That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case, and there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
Wow. Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
and
me?
I will tell you, and I'll be honest, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases. I can't hear.
It's because nobody's talking.
Yeah, people are asking in the chat. So the guy that you're hearing on here, Josh, he is another creator. He has his own platform. He has his own channel. And apparently he's so now we have an interview with Smiley.
Yeah.
The 2 interviews with Duchess. The interview
Olivia?
Obviously with Josh, or the phone call with Josh.
Olivia's
Olivia's interview. Yeah, Olivia's. And now they want JLR to speak with him. I can only imagine what they're going to say about the other one.
Blue
when she
gumball
gets
on the
there.
case.
They're like being attacked. Like,
yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
the way Josh come in with like a leading question, like, well, it was
I
almost
wouldn't
like
say like
he said-
attacked, but I mean like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're being bombarded, I guess you could say. Not attacked, but let me use a different word because that's they're not
inundated.
But they're just like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's
inundated with YouTubers.
Yeah.
I didn't like the way Josh come in late, like acting like he had laid a trap.
Yeah,
You know,
that was kind of odd. It's
I asked you this.
And you said that.
Right.
Here we go.
He didn't say anything. Can you hear him, Chris? Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't ask, you asked about active cases. That's what you asked about. And I answered your question.
You did. You answered my question.
Hello? Hello?
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, Josh?
Okay. I can't hear him.
Okay. Can y'all
So-
now? I think
So
it's-
he's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian. And I said, yes, he's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So yes, there's an active case. Is there anything other than that? No, there's not an active case. So my statement that I told you is true.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I get it, the active investigation, but yeah, but you did really, maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
No, I didn't insinuate. Now, understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly proportionate to yourself, not me.
Oh, sir, I didn't put any emotion behind it. I'm just
Well,
saying.
but you're saying, you're trying to insinuate on this show.
No.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated that you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you, I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Then you called into the show and you said, no, you're lying. No, I'm not lying. So call a spade, but make sure you're right. Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
You don't think that you don't? Okay, all right. Well,
I mean,
look, man.
How does CPS have to do anything finding Sebastian? Because if you're insinuating something,
Well, you said they opened up an investigation. You said they opened up an investigation. So you tell me what it has to do with him.
because what did I tell you? That's what you're not.
See, I feel like they're trying to play. Look, you know what? We
Facts.
always said they was gonna meet the right one someday, huh?
Yes,
they
ma'am.
thought they look. Carrie Moody said they thought they would get to play with another Don Wells and found out differently. That's what I'm thinking. So too.
I agree with this.
Listen, the sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so that's I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the next article we got? Fire away.
Okay.
I'm not arguing.
Okay, so I was just wondering, like, if him, like, Katie, let me ask you this, or anybody can answer. So, like, if y'all were at home alone, like, because Chris works out of town a lot, and this is, I just wonder, like, would Sebastian know what to do if there was a house fire? Like, if it was just you and him, does he know how to handle all that kind of emergency stuff?
We have gone over it with him several times, talked about like what to do in case of an emergency, calling 911, run into a neighbor's house to ask for help, known friendly neighbors, how to get out, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, is able to think in a, sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening. But yes, we have safety plans that we've gone over as far as like getting out of the house in case of fire and how to get a hold of someone in an emergency.
Okay, so if there was an emergency, would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, and start by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without his shoes on. There's been several times where he takes the trash out in his socks, and I'm like, dude, you got to put shoes on.
Yeah.
But I would say, honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. So you have a padlock. Is that what you said earlier, that you have a padlock on the, like, I forget what they're called, but where you put the code in, a code lock?
Yeah, not a padlock.
I mean, yeah, I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The code where you put the code
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually put that code in? Do you have to put the code in to lock it back?
Yeah, he locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody like any? I mean, I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what. Like, is there anybody you could think of? And I know I'm sure you gave it to the police that might have had the combination that could have come in like while you were asleep that the dogs would not be alerted to or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
Okay. Oh man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that Ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood because anybody had cameras voluntarily gave up hard drives, flash drives, access to clouds for them. They've let people go in and search their houses multiple times without needing a warrant or a subpoena or anything. They've just openly done it. So, I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may not can answer this, but it was public because we saw them with our own eyes. So they come out about 11 times, counting the backyard where they took pictures. Okay. So did they come in and check as well? The 11 times, or did they do forensics like a luminol or anything like that?
That Josh part was what they wanted to see.
No. That I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down.
What was it? I'm sorry.
That's what they wanted to see was the Josh part. I think chat seems to kind of be like, ugh.
Okay, Rue says she turned on them the next time she spoke to them. She turned on the parents.
Well, that's not surprising. She went into this. This interview starts, in my opinion, with her thinking that they're guilty suspects. I mean, listen to the way it started off when we first played it.
Yeah.
I think this is all wrong. I think that I just think it's all wrong. I don't feel that any of these questions, I mean, what did we, oh, Lord have mercy. All right, I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to take a breath. Yes, Rowena, I'm right with you. You guys are all like the dollar signs. Yep, that's what we learned from this interview was dollar signs. Yep. I don't like that. This is wrong. This is about a missing
People are
child.
acting like this. People are acting like this 15-year-old boy is so disabled and unable to do anything. He was only recently diagnosed with autism, so he lived with it for 14 years. No problem. Stop labeling him as special. Hold on. There's two girls in the back here. Let's see here. We're going to stay on topic. 13th hour. How are you?
Hi, darling. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? What you got to add to this, baby?
I just want to add that on the autism and discipline, and that is all. Our youngest child, our youngest daughter is now 25. And at the age of 4.
You're speaking on a personal opinion and experience.
Correct.
Okay.
At the age of 4, which would have been 21 years ago this month, the pediatrician told us not to physically discipline her because at that time she was nonverbal and she had just the anger issues. She would pull out her eyelashes and her hair, things like that. Now, over time, she began to outgrow it. There's some things that I've noticed in autism. We have a nonverbal autistic grandchild as well. But we were told you do not physically discipline an autistic child. And the reason you do not do that is because they don't understand. They don't understand it. You're doing more damage. And this person is talking about hitting an autistic 15-year-old child with a belt. I have never, ever use anything on my kids. And I had a belt used on me as a child. I didn't bring that in on my kids because I knew you can sit kids down and have a logical conversation with them and talk to them like a human being. No, like he said, we're not here to be their friends, but sometimes you are their friend and you have to be compassionate with those children. Worst thing I ever did to one of my kids was take her door. Now she's 31 years old now. And she said that was the smartest thing I ever did. You know, she did something wrong. We took her door off because at the age she was at that time, it wasn't taking her privacy away. She had a bathroom she could go to. You know, we were on the other side of the house. But that's the worst thing I've ever done to my kid. But we only took the door for like 3-4 days. And she wasn't autistic. Yeah, and bedroom privacy is a privilege, not a right. Because she could go to the bathroom to change clothes and things like that. And it was only for 2 or 3 days. But my main point here is I had a pediatrician tell me you do not physically discipline an autistic child because they don't understand. And now here we are with a grandchild that's nonverbal autistic. She's about to be 3. And they do not use that discipline. They use, she goes to speech therapy. She does all these other kinds of therapy. They do gentle parenting with her. Gentle but firm, you know, but they don't lay hands on her. And it's working beautifully. So that's all I had to say.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, love.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me on, sweetie.
We'll talk to you
I'll be
later.
in the back. Yeah, if you're listening.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Taylor, you're up here.
Hey, Queen, and everybody on chat voices.
How are you?
I was going to ask you guys, have you went back to where the bio dad speaks and says he's my son? It was with a news interview.
Hold on. Say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you just said.
The dad said on a public interview, it was not done through a YouTuber, it was TV done.
Wait,
So
bio dad or stepdad?
Bio dad.
Okay.
Because it seemed like there's a fight between the bio dad and the stepdad, is what it really felt like.
That's what they said, that there was some tension, yeah.
So I was like, I don't know if Queen's heard that or not, but if you hear it, I mean, it really unnerved me the way it was said.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know. I've had mixed emotions about this case. Stepdad is supposedly in Tennessee, not Tennessee, but where Riley's case was going on. You know, working there at the Children's Hospital, Nashville is where I was looking for. Working there, you know, I can understand. My ex-husband was a truck driver. We had to stay on the phone for hours at a time.
Yeah.
You know, I get it. You know, I get her position with being on the phone forever.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I can see the phone call thing for being on there for hours and stuff. If you have a job out of town, or, you know, if you're with somebody that's got a job out of town, it's easy to talk like that, you know. 3 hours is nothing when you're in a conversation with somebody, you know, or you don't spend very much time with them. You got lots to talk about, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, sit on here. We've been on here 3.5 hours already, you know. So I mean, it's kind of the same, you know. Once you get carried away, you get into something, you get into a conversation. 3 hours can fly by.
And I get it. And I mean, even with my channel, I try to rush people off without trying to rush them off. It's like last night I was storm chasing, and one of the locals who's also a YouTuber called me. She's like, "What's going on?" I was like, "Oh my God." You're fine. You're very fine. We're nowhere near you.
All right, baby, we're gonna get back on topic and play this interview here back. get back on topic and get going. Okay, I appreciate you coming up, love. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I guess you eat yourself right on off. That's fine too. All right, let's get back to it, and then we're gonna switch over.
At our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with him in the dining room, and I asked him flat out, I was like, "What about fingerprints? I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that?" And they said no, because, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
And then he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering. So, so can he get out the back? Okay. So he can.
Is there an exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything. Yes.
Okay. So, okay. But what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not been.
Or would not have been locked.
Mm-hmm.
So the back door would not lock
from the outside like the front. No, you'd have to have the key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house.
No, I understand
that's a safety thing.
Yeah,
but,
I understand that. Don't do that.
Yeah, but what I can say is there's only 2 doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked on his own or from the outside. And the one, he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I mean, it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with the screens intact and things like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
Yeah. All right. Let me get these people. I know they're itching for some hard questions, and I've been all right. So let's see. I know.
Layla,
So
yes. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. So we're pretty well done with this interview. Is that right?
Yeah, I think we could go to the other one. Layla, they said yes, that the neighborhood had cameras and all the footage. Chris had said that people came out and willingly offered the footage. Sorry, I was packing up a meal. Yeah, it sounds like they've done everything and law enforcement is doing what they need to do. It sounds like the biological father is helping to coordinate searches and search areas. Listen, I don't think that it's really our place to question somebody's parenting style. I'm going to reserve judgment on that. They've got family dynamics and they run them the way they need to run them. Awesome. Here we go.
Okay, so this is Duchess, and it comes in, she said, in 1 hour and 20 minutes, I believe. So I believe that's where we're at with this.
Victoria, you can email her. Yeah, you can email me at CodeCaseCrystal, and I'm CodeCaseCrystal. Not coming on to join me tonight so that we could just talk about your stepson, Sebastian, missing and everything that's transpired since our last conversation where you and Katie joined me to talk to me about Sebastian's disappearance.
So, okay, so you guys, they'd already been up there once, or they'd already been up there previously. I just couldn't find that one. I couldn't find that on the channel, so I was wanting to play that one first, but this one, they said this one's a good one to play.
It seems like it's been a rough week.
It's been a rough 21 days and counting.
I know it has. And I just appreciate you taking the time to join us to maybe answer some questions. And I know there's some things that you wanted to clear the air about. And I appreciate you taking the time to just come over here and do that.
You're welcome.
This is the second interview. This is where he comes on to clear up.
Where I want to start. I know there may be people that are watching or listening to this case. Everyone in the chat, if you would please, if you do have questions, the panel, Crystal, Arctic, and I have some questions and things that we are going to, we're just going to ask Chris. We've seen some people asking questions. We want to ask our own questions. We want to just make sure that things that were asked from the very beginning, to make sure that we've covered all of those things. And this may be answering the question that you have. And once we have went through some of those questions, we will take some questions from the chat. And I just ask that if you have to make him, I'm going to start out with, see if he'll answer some questions from Beck. And just, kindness goes a long way. And we appreciate that. Let me get over here. I hope Sebastian's mom is okay. I know this has been very difficult for her.
Well, she's right here beside me, so she can hear every single thing.
Hey, Katie. I appreciate you being here and listening. You are in our thoughts and prayers, and I know this must be so very difficult for you. And I'm just praying for your strength. And that Sebastian will be found soon. We had lots of people donate tonight. So many wonderful, amazing people in this chat. We're going to be able to keep the billboards up until after next Monday. So, we've got a whole nother.
From my understanding, Duchess actually, she didn't just get one billboard; she got 2 billboards put up for Sebastian. So that is amazing. That is awesome.
Amen.
That is fucking amazing.
Hats off to Duchess. Good job, lady.
Absolutely. You did really, really good. That's awesome. And you know what? That's really cool, man.
I mean,
that right there is what you need to do for, that right there can help more than anybody knows. You know what else I was thinking is look how they went for Athena Strand's mom and how terrible they were and how shitty they were. And they were being called horrible parents. And, they were accused of her sleeping, having her sleep in a shed and just all kinds of shit. Come to find out, she had actually got, they had a little argument or whatever, and she just left to go walk down the driveway. She walked down the driveway, and a FedEx driver snatched her ass.
Yes, ma'am.
How do we know that, he didn't, get a wild hair up his ass and want to go for a walk or something or walk out that door and boom.
Queen, what if he met somebody with his switch?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
I know that they said they had it locked down, but
that Roblox app, listen, I had one of mine show me how to do how to get in there, and she took me right to it, and there's a whole fucking chat room. You can get in there and chat with people.
Yes,
they're supposed to be little kids, but if an adult got in there and, wanted to be a predator, it would be fucking incredibly easy for them to do stuff. To groom children, you know what I'm saying? They were sending pictures to each other and all kinds of crazy shit on there.
Oh my God. Well, and see if he had a cell phone, as has been stated before in one of the interviews, it's very possible he could have figured out how to bypass or turn the cell phone into a hotspot. Listen, the dogs, the dogs didn't indicate a fear scent when they ran the house. There was the dogs didn't pick up on his scent. I mean, that leads me to believe that maybe the kid met up with somebody. Hell, I don't know, but I don't believe that we should automatically go to pointing the parents, given that law enforcement could be watching all of this and maybe they know something that we don't. They said something about church too. They attended a church and I like it was a ways away. Hey, JP.
Week that we're going to be able to run the billboards, which is amazing.
Well, thank you to everybody that has contributed and been a part of this from the start to current.
Y'all are very much appreciated in the chat. You have to know that it means so much to them because these billboards, and listen, Chris, also, if there is another location that you and Katie would like to have a billboard, you can, let me know and I'll be happy to get another billboard going. If there's a location that you are interested in, you can just reach out to me sometime this week and I can look into it. If you think there's another location that would be good and we can get another one going up, just let me know and we'll make it happen. Okay. So besides gaming, what are other things that Sebastian likes to do?
He likes to fish. He loves to play on playgrounds.
We get the little kid crafts from Lowe's and Home Depot, so he likes to build little things with me.
That's really cool. And you said that Sebastian didn't really have a lot of friends. He didn't really have any friends. He has a couple of friends at school. Do you think it's possible that, and which you told me before you didn't think so, but...
Okay, do y'all want to watch the first one, the first interview she did with him? Because this is where he comes up to correct the misinformation, right? So yes. The other one we have is this one here where it starts at 23 minutes in, and this is where he comes up for his original interview. But Katie's not with him. This is Chris. Stepdad again. Yeah, he's on all of these channels. He's been on all of them.
The bio dad is on Nancy Grace.
Yeah.
To me about Sebastian going missing. So I guess I will just kind of start out with tell me what happened the day that Sebastian went missing. I know that his mom said that he was having a good day. He had a great weekend. So do you want to walk us through what that looks like again for everybody?
He did have a really good weekend, actually. When we come home from having supper that evening, he was playing. When he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed, he said, "I love you, Mama," and he said, "I love you, puppies." A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sebastian does not have a history of running. I mean, the young man doesn't go outside very much. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood knows him. He is very to himself, so to speak. Between the hours of 12 and 6, he has basically vanished. Walked out of the house, the door was locked and gone.
He didn't take a phone. None of his shoes are missing.
Now, you told me that night that, now, Chris, you were at work. You were out of town at work,
Yes, ma'am.
so you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And, Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to bed at 9 p.m., and then you got up off the couch and you went to bed, and you said that was around midnight.
Midnight.
And nothing was unusual at that point. Everything seemed okay.
There's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way there's transparency across the board. Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening. We stayed on the phone for quite some time. The call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included. We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I had said, hey, you need to wake up, put the dogs up, go to bed. Now, mind you, that was right around midnight, just before midnight or right around midnight.
Mhm.
So then mom does go to bed and wakes up early in the morning to go wake her son up, get him ready for school. And now we have a worried mom who can't find her son in the house. Mom made an effort to look and search several times. Mom has called me at the time and asked me, she was like, I can't find him. I was like, do what? And she goes, yeah, I cannot find him. I said, well, hang on. I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location.
And you had told me that there hadn't been any particular situation that had occurred where you felt like there would have been something that happened. And I also had asked you if there were any friends that Sebastian might have possibly left the house with, or if he had any contact with anyone on social media. Do you want to comment about that again?
He doesn't have a social media.
Okay.
And the only friends that he had were a couple of kids in school.
Okay.
All the kids that have had any interaction with him have been interviewed and asked.
Okay.
We as parents know how social media can be,
right,
and seeing how kids can be easily manipulated.
He's very young in mind.
Yes, he may be.
Right.
He's about 15, and he's 15 in age in his body, but his mind is not caught up to his body. But that is something that goes through with autistic children, as everybody would know.
Right.
But for the record, I am a very strict parent. He does not have social media, not in our household. He doesn't online game. I'm pretty strict.
So that makes me wonder even more if he wasn't sneaking it on his iPad, you know what I'm saying? Like on his little game or whatever. Or...
Absolutely. That was one of the things that I had been thinking about was that, okay, so I grew up in one of these households that, like, my parents were extremely strict, and there was a lot of discipline. Your time had to be completely accounted for, all of that kind of stuff. And that will make you learn to be a little more secretive and be able to have a minute to yourself when you grow up in a strict household like that. Again, this is my life experience. I'm not saying it's the way this was, but I do believe having a lot of those kind of strict rules and running a tight ship can cause kids to be more sneaky and learn devious ways too.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Later, he will tell you Sebastian didn't even have the password to Wi-Fi.
You can get around that. You can go in and pull up. There's a command prompt in Windows that you can go get a Wi-Fi password. You can get what your current Wi-Fi password is.
Well, and to me, kids with autism are really fucking smart. So I wouldn't put it past him that he didn't figure things out, you know, to play his game or whatever, if that's what he did.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Just to be able to play a game. Absolutely. They wouldn't realize the safety protocols.
I mean, if he was doing that, we got to give it to him. He's pretty damn smart. Pretty sneaky little shit. Teenagers, yeah, they can. Teenagers can get around anything. I swear to God.
Oh, man. You got a problem with an electronic device? Go find anywhere from an 8 to a 14-year-old. They'll fix it.
Yeah. I mean, he said most he said he had games, right? He played games. Pretty sure.
I don't remember if it was Minecraft.
The password to their household stuff. I mean, he probably already had that. He probably knew it.
And yes, that tells us the same thing I said before. If he had a cell phone, he could have been using it as a hotspot.
Right.
I mean, that's not a hard thing. If you have a cell phone, you can also, if you can access YouTube, you can type in how to connect a switch to Wi-Fi. What if the switch at his dad's place was connected to Wi-Fi? I mean, there's a lot of other questions, and granted, we're probably never going to get those answers because that's part of the active investigation, I'm sure. And I got about another
thing. Maybe Bio Dad did let him play his games on the internet. Maybe Mom didn't. Her mom's boyfriend didn't. So I mean,
thought about that. And I gotta give you my 45-minute warning. So I got another 45 minutes that I can hang out and play.
Okay, no biggie, baby.
When it comes to that kind of situation.
Well, that's good. That's good, Chris, that you have control of that, because social media can be very dangerous for young kids because they don't realize who they may be talking to on social media. So it's always good to have that awareness and to make sure you're monitoring, what your kids are doing. So I had asked you both, did you have any idea what would make Sebastian want to suddenly leave the house? And you told me, well, that's the $1 million question that everybody wants to know. All the detectives, they've all asked that same question. What is it that happened that caused him to leave the house? And I know you must be so worried and so concerned. Is there anything, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, if you knew that he was out there, what would you want to tell him?
That we love you and to come home.
I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you, and please come home.
Yes. We definitely need to find him as soon as possible. If you live in this area, please search your property every day. He could be on the move. Just because you've already searched your property one time doesn't mean that you don't need to continue to search your property on a daily basis, just to be sure. If you have a lot of land, it needs to be searched, just to be sure, because he may be lost. He may be somewhere and he can't find his way back. So that's why it's very critical. Can you talk to me about the search and rescue efforts? Are they searching on land, air? They also have dive teams there. What can you tell us about that?
So currently, as of today, the National Guard was also brought in to help with the search. But they have had fixed wing aircraft, helicopters, horseback ATVs, side by side, door to door, scouring every neighborhood possible. I mean, the outreach from the community and various counties has been extremely welcoming, loved. I mean, it's we've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure.
You have a lot of people that are praying and supporting you right now. Was his ask, would he be able to ride a city bus?
Nothing is off the table as far as abilities. Could the young man get on a bus? I'm sure he could.
We've never done it before.
We've never rode a city bus, so I don't think he understands the process. He doesn't have any sense of money. He may have, like, let's say, a $20 bill in his hand, but he doesn't truly understand what $20 would get him.
He's good
Right.
at it, but he doesn't
I understand.
Time and money.
And Single Mom says, does he want his real father? Maybe. I'm just asking. Well, it turns out, Single Mom, that, he sees his real father every other weekend. And the real father, he is heavily involved in this situation and is aware. And he doesn't know where Sebastian is either, correct?
Correct. I mean, I can tell you this.
His father's very much involved in his life.
Yes, very much involved in his life. The relationship between all three of us as parents is not your common one. I mean, me and the father talk on a regular basis. We call each other. We talk. Hey, if you heard anything, how's he doing? Is he acting up? I mean, it's not. There's no really animosity in between the parents.
That's good. That's good. Discovering the truth. Thank you for being here. They say, did he have any special interest, like trains, parts, friends, maybe a school bus route that he loved? My son elopes and loves trains, so he heads to the tracks.
He loves playgrounds.
Yeah, he loves playgrounds. I mean, he loves to play. I give him that. Friends wise,
He wants friends.
Sebastian, his idea of his friend is right now is what he has 2 kids that he talks to at school, but he is extremely socially awkward. And so it's very difficult for him to make friends, which has been this boy's only lifelong dream. Christmas, what do you want for Christmas? I want friends. Birthday, I want friends. Anything that he could do to get a friend, he would love to do it, which is potentially dangerous because that could open up doors for somebody to say, hey, I'll be your friend, and potentially cause harm.
Kim Holmes asked if there's any cameras in the area, and I did see, Kim, that they were asking for people that had any Ring doorbell footage or any businesses that had camera footage. Talk to us about that, Chris. We did speak about that briefly earlier about the people getting all the footage, but they haven't found anything.
Our entire neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods have voluntarily and with generosity given up any video footage that they've got. I mean, they have let the departments come in and view and monitor. So as far as cameras, everybody has turned over everything. There's thousands of hours of stuff that they are combing through to try to find an answer.
It looks like Tish is local to the area. She said, I go to the grocery store or anywhere and our eyes are peeled looking for him. I work at a local restaurant and I'm checking cars as they come through the drive-thru every day. Bless you, Tish. I know this family is very grateful. Discovering the Truth says, so he probably knows the route to his father's house. So maybe he was in the process of heading in that direction.
That has not been ruled out. I mean, like I said, the search that they are conducting is extremely widespread and thorough. So nobody is ruling that out as a possibility.
But normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so. And we just call his dad.
Yeah, I mean, dad will come down here. We meet him halfway. I mean, he's never wanted to go to his dad's and not been able to go. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I mean,
Mark, thank you for being a member for 6 months. All of this is very, very helpful to help us, better understand the situation that we're dealing with. And I did see a post on Facebook that it looked like everybody was asked to wear green on Friday because green is Sebastian's
I think it helped.
What else can you tell us about Sebastian?
This little insight, but I think Smiley was
Minecraft fan. Loves the color green.
This one shows
got the
emotions with the
goofiest and quirky
family.
smile in the world. I don't think anybody could mimic it, to be honest with you.
He looks like he's such a sweet young man. He
loves to dance. That boy, he'll dance his tail off.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Dancing is good for you. It's good exercise too. I just really hope they can find some answers. Now, I did ask you guys because, I know that sometimes when we're looking for autistic children that go missing, a lot of times people are concerned that they may be attracted to go towards the water. So talk to us about that. Is he a good swimmer? Does he like to get in the water? I think you did mention some things about that to me earlier.
So he's a fish in the water. I'm gonna tell you right now that but here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs. He is fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and stream kind of kid. He is swimming pool bound.
Discovering the Truth, I'm sure that they are probably looking into that. Now, I know that you said there was some misinformation that was going around and you wanted to make a clarification. You did tell me that TBI was assisting, but that there was some confusion. People thought that FBI was actually assisting in this case. Talk to me about what you spoke about earlier to me on our phone call about how FBI is that they were consulted and the card team, I guess there is a discussion going on as to whether he qualifies as, for the child abduction response team.
So the FBI is not physically on the ground. Somewhere in one of the news clips, I think it was reported that the FBI had made it on the ground. They're not. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, has reached out to the behavioral analysis team or their CART team, and they are trying to work with them from a distance. They're not physically present to help in any way, form, shape that they can render their assistance.
Okay. Light and Sound, thank you for being here. Have burner phones been looked into? I know some teens sneak phones from their parents or maybe his computer use at school to see if he has been chatting.
Evidence of a secret phone.
Okay, good. Because digital evidence is really important. They want to make sure that he's not speaking to anybody. This is such an unusual case.
This case is extremely unusual. Like I said before, we are pretty strict when it comes to certain things. As far as comms, communication, electronic devices, there was only one phone that he had. It was extremely locked down. He had access to his phone, his text message, to only his contacts list, a camera, and a calculator, and that is it.
He's a pretty happy kid usually.
He seems like it, and I know that you love him very much. I know that I can remember earlier in our conversation, you were referring to him as Bubba, and I think that's sweet. I call my son Bubba also, so that really tore at my heartstrings because my son, he's 30, but he's still Bubba to me. So that name is going to stick forever. It's just how it is. Cindy Caton, thank you for being here. She says, are there any old wells that maybe he accidentally fell in, or any areas or mines that he might be at risk of coming in contact with? I know sometimes those things occur out in Tennessee. The divers, have they found any possible leads? I know that I heard that there was a possible pond that they were draining. You did tell me they were searching all of the pipes.
Yes. So when it comes to address her question as far as wells and things, I'm sure there's plenty of those around here.
They're searching them.
They actually pulled data for all the caves, underground voids, all of that stuff that could be accessible. They brought in teams from all over the state that specialize in either cave explorations, water recovery rescues. We don't know that they have drained a pond. I can say that much, but they have searched, they've dived them all for sure. They've walked, I couldn't tell you how many miles of creeks and waterways, and they've used cameras. The sewers, it's not really the sewers they're looking in. It's the drainage pipes. So that's for clarification. Sewer pipes, we're not going to find a child in. Those are enclosed and secured, but the runoff, water runoffs were all searched by a dive team.
Okay. And I know Ginger Snap said, is law enforcement looking into the possibility that he met a friend through Minecraft? I hope that they would just go ahead and vet all of that just to make sure, because you never know. I'm not really sure how all of that works because I'm not a gamer, but I know that there are ways that you can communicate, like via Xbox, because my son is a gamer. So, and Gabrielle, I believe that you guys were at the Costco on Saturday. That's when you took the picture of him, correct?
Yes,
I'm
my
sorry,
wife
I
was
didn't
at
hear
Costco
you.
on Saturday.
Yeah,
The
not
shirt
Sunday.
that's in the flyer where it says Optimism was on a Saturday. They were at BJ's on Sunday.
Okay, and what
when
is
it
that,
comes
a
to
restaurant or?
No, they are all wholesale, like a commissary style stores where they sell in bulk.
Oh, okay, okay. So
So
Costco Saturday, BJ's on Sunday.
yes,
He
ma'am.
loves to eat all the samples, and BJ's is new, so I took him.
You're a good mom.
And when it comes to like the one mentioned about Minecraft, like I stated before, he does not have any way to come with anybody on any form of online gaming. That is extremely restrictive. We don't allow that because of what can come of it.
They combed all of the electronics.
I can tell you this with no hesitation: anything and everything we have given to the police and any other law enforcement to have them completely scan, validate everything, and they are currently. I mean, everything is empty. I mean, they were like, "You guys are pretty good." I said, "Yes, sir. We don't believe in allowing the kids to communicate through social media or through any type of gaming."
Looks like Missing in USA says, why are they wanting camera footage from Sunday afternoon? Because
that we cannot release right now.
Okay,
That is
I
not something that
understand.
has been authorized us to
Right,
put out to the public.
and we respect that 100%. Ginger Snap says, I was reading that his favorite song is Eye of the Tiger. That's a great song.
He's got an eclectic taste of music. He's a fan of Eddie Vedder. He
Oh, well,
likes
he's
Survivor. Oh yeah, I mean, young man has a very eclectic taste in music.
And you told me that
Taylor
he
Swift,
loves to play chess.
Carrie Underwood.
And he loves to play chess,
He has a
right?
crush on Taylor Swift.
Ooh, he has her boyfriend better watch out then. Was 911 allowed to be called, Rhonda asks.
On the cell phone, is that what she's referring to?
Yes, I believe so. Is that what you're asking,
All
Rhonda?
all devices that have communications have the ability to call 911. Believe it or not, most cell phones that are not even connected to service have an ability to actually call 911.
Yeah, you can pick one up off the shelf at a store and most will call.
Yeah, that's become a federal thing. That's not a service provided. That is like a federal thing.
Right. And restrict safety features even if we could.
Yeah, safety is not restricted in this house.
Okay, I do have one other question before I read what was his is saying. It was something I was going to ask you. Let's go ahead and do was his question right now. Shackle Island Road and New Shackle Island Road, are they in the same area?
New Shackle Island Road runs parallel to Long Island. Old Shackle Island Road is actually farther directionally. It would actually be south in front of the hospital, the Hendersonville Hospital. That is roughly, I think, 4 or 5 miles from our house.
Okay. Okay. That Single Mom, that's your favorite song too? Now, something I do want to ask you is because I've been watching social media because that's what I do. I share missing cases on lots of different social media platforms. And I was very disappointed when you told me that people were harassing you and attacking you. Is there anything that you want to put to rest while you're here tonight or make clear to the public about this situation? I know you told me there was a statement that you wanted me to make about you and the mom and the dad. So if you want to make any clarification about that, you have free reign to do so. We will not allow you to be disrespected here on this platform.
I have no malice or ill intent toward anybody. Everybody has an opinion.
Of course.
But what is factual is that the father, the mother, and myself have been extremely cooperative. We have been vetted. We have been checked out. We have been questioned and everything of that nature, and literally have been cleared. There is no wrongdoing. There is no negative input from the parents or any of the family. It's hard for a lot of folks. I mean, I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state, which has been brought to public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't. because of that, I am being looked at in a very foul way. I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but
Right.
you know,
But
and it's
people that are,
perfectly
there's
okay.
people that's probably seen it on social media, and I want you to be able to have the opportunity to defend yourself. We have 248 people watching right now, and I'm sure that anyone that's watching this on the live stream, please respect this family. I mean, you can't have an idea of possibly what they are going through, and it's really not any of your business what is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, you know, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you know, you just plan to meet up, and it's, you know, it's no big deal. So I've read a couple of heinous things that people are saying, and it just really upsets me to know that people are just going to that without having all of the information and knowing that law enforcement has interviewed, interrogated everyone in your family. They have looked into you. They have all of your devices, and that they basically cleared you guys of any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And I just wanted the public to be able to hear you say that, because you do have the right to defend yourself, because it's not, like you said earlier, it's not about you. It's about finding Sebastian.
Correct.
Yes.
And I just don't want to have people to be dragging you around on social media. Isn't it already difficult enough that your child is missing?
That's beyond words. This is a feeling that I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't care. Nobody should ever have to endure. It is not something that should ever be wished upon for anyone.
Now, I do see Miranda. Miranda has a child that is special needs as well. And we've covered a case on my channel involving her child in the school system here on my platform. So Miranda is a very strong advocate for kids that have special needs and them getting fair and equal treatment. And she says, how is his skills on walking around on heels or without a trail? Because my son would stumble if he had to step over a 1-inch rock or any form of incline. So, I mean, is he able to walk good? How is he able to navigate on his own? Is he able to walk good?
Man, Duchess,
Can you
you
hear
are
me?
showing how it's done. This is
Did I lose
all
you
the
guys? Can you hear me?
This is all the difference in the world on whether you're doing an interview for factual basis versus.
Chris, are you there? Can you hear me?
In my opinion. Well done, Duchess.
Trev, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, maybe Chris lost signal. We'll give them a few minutes to come back. They may have had to mute out. Thank you, FarQ. I appreciate it. Chris, we're not able to hear you. They may have gotten cut out with their Wi-Fi service. So if you need to come back, please let us know. I'm going to go over here to the chat while we wait for Chris. They may have had a phone call or something to come in, so we'll give them a few minutes. No rush. Discovering the Truth said when my son was nonverbal, he had a speech device that was supposedly blocked from the company, so he couldn't go to any websites, and somehow he bypassed it. They're smarter than you think. Wow, Discovering the Truth. That is incredible. And he is a high-functioning autistic young man. So they have the, and look, Chris dropped. He must have lost his signal, guys, but he'll probably come back. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Chris, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's like a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? I figured you might have lost signal.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll figure it out. We get it back every once in a while.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand.
He's high functioning. I mean, he's fully able to hold a conversation, and he walks, and he loves to run.
Okay, well, that's good. And Rhonda wants to know if he has a special button on his phone.
No.
On his phone?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Okay.
But he doesn't have his phone.
Done so good,
Yeah,
Duchess. This is a really good interview.
Was his says, I'm local and I'm trying to get a direction. Thank you. And says something about exit 5. Are you guys close to exit 5?
No, well, that depends. You can access off of what they call New Shackle Island Road, which I believe is exit 6.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Mrs. Clem.
Yeah, I believe it's exit 6, and exit 7 will be in Indian Lake. But as far as the special button on his phone, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, me either. And I know Discovering the Truth said that, you know, her child was able to get around the security system that they had kind of set up on the phone, so they couldn't access the websites, to that it was locked. And apparently he got around it and was able to access it. And I guess that's kind of what they were talking about, you know, in a couple of texts in the chat. So that's what I was trying to address, because a lot of the people that come to my streams, they have children that are also autistic. So they deal with a lot of situations, and they can understand some of the things that you maybe have, you know, be dealing with at this moment. I can only imagine what you're going through, not knowing where he is.
We, without publicizing our address, the best I can tell you is we are off by the beach area, and that kind of area is where they.
Hey, Cheesy Weezy, how are you?
Hi. I just wanted to say real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. A lot of people are really bashing this guy for being the one talking all the time. Now, if you've watched this mother from the beginning in all the interviews, and I imagine, I mean, me being a mother and all of you that are mothers, I couldn't imagine what she's going through. And you see, she's completely like, she's rocking back and forth. She's very upset. She's very, I mean, I imagine that's the way I would be too if God forbid something happened to one of my kids. She's very emotional, and even if you looked at the mother of Riley Strain, the stepdad came up and he was the one that was talking all the time. That's because the mother is so distraught, I'm sure. You know, he's got to take over for her, you know? And a lot of times when we're so distraught and can't get our words together, can't get our thoughts together, sometimes we need that other guy or that other person to take over for us and answer the questions and stuff like that. I don't see it as him being a lot of people I've seen in days past and in the chat today, you know, saying that he's taking over and blah blah blah, and meaning he's I've heard before that people are saying he's abusive because he does this kind of thing, you know, but that's not necessarily what it is. He's just taking
Right.
over for her because she can't, you know.
I also think, Cheesy Weezy, that people don't realize that there are men that are very stern, direct, and that's just regimented. That's how they are. And it's just, you know, that's like their home is their castle, their family is their everything.
Yeah, some guys are still old school. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, around here, it wouldn't matter who it is. Like men still hold doors for you.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Well, anyways, I just wanted to say that, but
I think the other part of that, Cheesy Weezy, is also that he is her husband.
And
if
he's
it
protecting
wasn't
her.
right, and if it wouldn't have been a step parent, if it would have been if those would have been Sebastian's parents, would people be questioning that? Would they be questioning that Chris is speaking?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I mean the guy sounds like he could be a dick. I'm not arguing with that. Should he have hit his kid? No, probably not. You know, but I mean, other than that, that doesn't make him a murmurer. You know. Did you see on Justice for All?
He's very direct. I do feel like he is very direct, and like you said, she seems like she's really distraught. So maybe like at the point he's trying to help out by taking over, and it just seems like because he's so upfront and direct about it, and it is his stepchild. You know, it's not like he raised this child from the time he was an infant up. He's been with mom for 2 years, and he was gone, you know, for the majority of the time, correct? Pretty sure that's what they were saying, is he was gone working most of the time.
Yeah.
So
No, I thought he's been in the child's life. I thought he's
able to use her so much. You know what I mean?
Well, I thought he said he'd been in Sebastian's life since he was like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I thought he said since he was 8, and he's now like 12 or 13, so that'd be like 4 or 5 years.
Oh, maybe it was 8, but he's 15. So
he's 15. I mean, yeah, it's 8 and that's 15.
That's still a long time.
Yeah, somebody said 4 or 5 years. So, I mean, like I said, I'm just coming. I mean, you know, like I don't know how long they've been together. I have no idea. I don't know for sure. We'll figure it out and find out. But I'm just saying, I think that's why people are kind of like, you know, wondering why he's the one answering all the questions and she's not.
Yeah, I think Voices was right. I think he was like 5 or 6 or whatever, and he's 15 now. So yeah.
So that would make him being like around him for about 10 years. So that's,
you know, I mean, the kid was younger when.
Well, like I said, that'd make it about 10 years. I think being around him for about 10 years. That's quite a while. That's the majority of his life.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a big difference than being in his life for a couple years, you know, for 2 years. You know what I mean?
Right.
2 years
years is a big difference.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Hey, Life Rewinded. Hi, Brittany.
And then, like, a lot of this is, I really want to say kudos to Duchess for doing this good interview and not trying to get the drama out there, but trying to ask questions that help find this guy, help find this boy, because and so many other channels just want to do it for the drama,
Well, and that's I agree because like this is more information.
Right.
It's all about him, like what and it doesn't surround the drama that's surrounding that.
Mhm.
This is focused on Sebastian. And let's not
Yep.
forget, because of these interviews and Duchess's determination, she was able to get not one, but 2 billboards up and
Yep.
going.
Yeah, and that's truly what's helping this case. And this information that she's asking for, that's stuff that's going to help find him. Not is the mother cheating on the husband, or what their bills are like, and stuff like that. Because right now, as far as I know, they're not investigating the parents as they got rid of him. They're trying to find this little boy, this 15-year-old who has gone missing. So all that other stuff would come into play if the cops were saying, hey, these are the parents are the number one suspects, and that's not the case right now. So all that other BS needs to stay out of it. We need to find this little boy, I want to say little boy, but he's not a little boy, but you know what I'm saying. We want to find him, and we need the
Young
information to
man.
find him. Yeah, young man,
man.
excuse me. Yeah, my bad words. But yeah, we want to find this young man and get him home, no matter what the case is,
Something that they said during this interview made me think of something. He has computer access at school, correct? So what if he was able to access, maybe use that to help bypass something? And again, we did learn that law enforcement is looking into all of those angles and electronic devices. So, again, and what is so wrong with erring on the side of grace, caution, and mercy? That's my question. What is so wrong?
Right. And in the beginning, the behavior panel, they were reading the parents in the first couple of interviews with the news, and they said that they didn't see any deception or anything like that. They said that they were acting just like parents should act that lost their kid.
Leave it to YouTube to find that invisible crack.
Well, and like the other day when I could only watch him for a couple minutes because he drives me nuts, justice for all. But he's like, well, somebody asked him why his hands were beat up. And he said it was from his dog, that he had to clip his dog's toenails. Well, your kid is missing. I wouldn't be clipping my dog's toenails while my kid is missing. And it's like, you can't take care of stuff just because normal household stuff because your kid is missing. What, do you not clean your house? You don't take care of your dogs? You don't, I mean,
you got to continue on with life. That's how you
Right.
stay normal in a situation like this.
Right.
You do
I mean,
what you can when you can.
right. And then they're bashing them because they were out at a restaurant. It's like, you got to eat. I imagine she's so distraught. She's probably not cooking up good meals. I imagine they probably haven't eaten very good since their kid went missing. I don't imagine that I would have. And so they went out for a bite to eat. Oh my God, put them in jail. It's nuts. Anyways, I didn't want to derail the interview. I just had some stuff to say.
I think they were valid points.
So she wants to start playing the interview again.
Yeah, I can start playing it again. I guess when I let it roll or when I took it down, it just kept playing. So
Oh,
I got to go back and find our spot real quick.
oh, I'm sorry.
Well, they said the same thing about Billy Joe in Savannah. You know, they gave them hell for going and eating when they had their friends that were there.
Oh yeah, when they had friends, yeah, they got. Oh my God, Lord,
They got, I mean, they were chastised to like ripped to bits for going
yeah,
out
for
for
going out to
supper.
dinner. Yeah,
Yep. When they had all that mob of people outside of their home, and then they got followed to supper
Kylie
as
Rodney's
well.
mom was out eating when she was found, and they told her, you know, the waitress, I believe, was the one that told her that she was found.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I mean, you barely want to fucking eat, let alone cook dinner and worry about that, you know?
Right. Well, I mean, everybody on YouTube just thinks that these parents just need to be sitting there sucking their thumb, rocking in a corner, you know? And I mean, that's just not the case. I mean, this has been a month. You can't. I mean, then now the guy's got to go back to work, which is horrible. I hate that they have to, but life is life. I mean, bills don't stop.
Right.
You
And then
gotta pay bills.
And then you've got a
Or
YouTuber that shows up at your job.
yeah, and yeah, and you're gonna make these people lose their jobs, so there's no home for this kid to come back to. You know.
Well, that's what they did to Billy and her husband. I mean, shit, they couldn't go to work. They couldn't go back to work at all. People were outside their fucking houses screaming shit. They were egging it. They couldn't pull in. They couldn't even go to the gas station for a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
They couldn't have food delivered. There was people out there screaming, you know what I mean, hollering. I mean, come on, man. They couldn't do shit. Their neighbors, fuck their neighbors, had an autistic child living across the street.
Yep.
And
Yes.
he could, you know what I mean? They couldn't even go get him McDonald's. Fuck, it was awful. I mean, they were out there playing babies, screaming babies crying. Fucking horror. It was horrible.
And if these people aren't guilty, which I don't honestly, I don't think they are. I don't know yet, but if they aren't guilty of any foul play, they still have a life they have to go back to, no matter what the outcome is.
Yes.
And God forbid if the outcome is bad, but they still have a life to go back to. They still have to live their life. They still have jobs. They still have, house payments, car payments, whatever,
runs parallel to Long Island. Old Shackle Island Road is actually
Not really sure how all that works because I'm not a gamer, but I know that there are ways that you can communicate like via
Has a
right?
crush on Taylor Swift.
Ooh, he has a her boyfriend better watch
We
out
were
then.
right about here, right?
We
were right about here, huh? Somewhere in here.
runs parallel to Long Island. Old Shackle Island Road
Yes.
is actually farther directionally. It would actually be south in front of the hospital, the Hendersonville Hospital. That is roughly, I think, 4 or 5 miles from our house.
Okay. That Single Mom, that's your favorite song too? Now, something I do want to ask you is because I've been watching social media because that's what I do. I share missing cases on lots of different social media platforms, and I was very disappointed when you told me that people were harassing you and attacking you. Is there anything that you want to put to rest while you're here tonight or make clear to the public about this situation? I know you told me there was a statement that you wanted me to make about you and the mom and the dad. So if you want to make any clarification about that, you have free reign to do so. We will not allow you to be disrespected here on this platform.
I have no malice or ill intent toward anybody. Everybody has an opinion.
Of course.
But what is factual is that the father, the mother, and myself have been extremely cooperative. We have been vetted. We have been checked out. We have been questioned and everything of that nature, and literally have been cleared. There is no wrongdoing. There is no negative input from the parents or any of the family. It's hard for a lot of folks. I mean, I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state. which has been brought to public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't. Because of that, I am being looked at in a very foul way. I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but
Right.
you know,
But
and it's
people that are,
perfectly
there's
okay.
people that's probably seen it on social media, and I want you to be able to have the opportunity to defend yourself. We have 248 people watching right now, and I'm sure that anyone that's watching this on the live stream, please respect this family. I mean, you can't have an idea of possibly what they are going through, and it's really not any of your business what is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, you know, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you know, you just plan to meet up, and it's, you know, it's no big deal. So I've read a couple of heinous things that people are saying, and it just really upsets me to know that people are just going to that without having all of the information and knowing that law enforcement has interviewed, interrogated everyone in your family. They have looked into you. They have all of your devices, and that they basically cleared you guys of any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And I just wanted the public to be able to hear you say that, because you do have the right to defend yourself, because it's not, like you said earlier, it's not about you. It's about finding Sebastian.
Correct.
Yes.
And I just don't want to have people to be dragging you around on social media. Isn't it already difficult enough that your child is missing?
That's beyond words. This is a feeling that I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't care. Nobody should ever have to endure. It is not something that should ever be wished upon for anyone.
Now, I do see Miranda. Miranda has a child that is special needs as well. And we've covered a case on my channel involving her child in the school system here on my platform. So Miranda is a very strong advocate for kids that have.
Don't even tell me Dolly's out there starting to yell at the motherfucking neighbors already.
Is he?
I don't know. Somebody messaged me, and they're pretty fucking reliable, but they said that he was out there. I guess one of the neighbors asked him to leave or told him to leave or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, God.
And he fucking was out there hollering at him, I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. You know what I mean? But I can only imagine if one of them said something or was smarting off to him, you know? I mean, I can only imagine what it was said, you know?
Oh, my God. This is going to end up being another Quentin Simon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bad.
I mean, like I said, I didn't see it for sure, so I can't sit here and say for sure, but was just messaged that he was out there yelling at the damn neighbors. Lord.
Have special needs and them getting
Here
fair
we
and
go.
equal treatment. And she says, how is his skills on walking around on heels or without a trail? Because my son would stumble if he had to step over a 1-inch rock or any form of incline. So, I mean, is he able to walk good? How is he able to navigate on his own? Is he able to walk good? Can you hear me? Did I lose you guys? Can you hear me? Chris, are you there? Can you hear me? Trev, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, maybe Chris lost signal. We'll give him a few minutes to come back. They may have had to mute out. Thank you, FarQ. I appreciate it. Chris, we're not able to hear you. They may have cut out with their Wi-Fi service. So if you need to come back, please let us know. I'm going to go over here to the chat while we wait for Chris. They may have had a phone call or something to come in, so we'll give them a few minutes. No rush. Discovering the Truth said when my son was nonverbal, he had a speech device that was supposedly blocked from the company, so he couldn't go to any websites, and somehow he bypassed it. They're smarter than you think. Wow, Discovering the Truth. That is incredible. And he is a high-functioning autistic young man. So they have and look, Chris dropped. He must have lost his signal, guys, but he'll probably come back. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Chris, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's like a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? I figured you might have lost signal.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll figure it out. We get it back every once in a while.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand.
He's high functioning. I mean, he's fully able to hold a conversation, and he walks, and he loves to run.
Okay, well that's good. And Rhonda wants to know if he has a special button on his phone.
No.
On his phone?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Okay.
But he doesn't have his phone.
Yeah, and he left his phone at home, so he doesn't have it. Was his says, I'm local and I'm trying to get a direction. Thank you. And says something about exit 5. Are you guys close to exit 5?
No, well, that depends. You can access off of what they call New Shackle Island Road, which I believe is exit 6.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Mrs. Clem.
Yeah, I believe it's exit 6, and exit 7 will be in Indian Lake. But as far as the special button on his phone, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, me either. And I know Discovering the Truth said that, you know, her child was able to get around the security system that they had kind of set up on the phone, so they couldn't access the websites, to that it was locked. And apparently he got around it and was able to access it. And I guess that's kind of what they were talking about, you know, in a couple of texts in the chat. So that's what I was trying to address, because a lot of the people that come to my streams, they have children that are also autistic. So they deal with a lot of situations, and they may can understand some of the things that you maybe have, you know, be dealing with at this moment. I can only imagine what you're going through, not knowing where he is.
We, without publicizing our address, the best I can tell you is we are off the beach area, and that kind of area is where they've predominantly been focusing their searches.
Right.
When it comes to the special button, no. Just so some parents are aware, even if you lock down your child's phone, some children can actually turn their phone into safe mode, which would bypass the parental locks and then allow a child to go on the internet. There is a way to block that. You would have to look that up. That's too much in depth to go into. But no, I mean, when I say we're strict, we lock it down. We lock it down.
Okay, well, that's good to know. David Bryant, thank you so much for being here. David says, hey, one question. Do you think he would have stuck to roads, or do you think he could have went off into the wooded areas?
That is that's hard to say. We don't really have an answer, but all I can say is every avenue is being searched, regardless of woods, roads, anything. Everything that can be searched is currently being searched.
Reckless Ellis, thank you for being here. Reckless Ellis says, I'm not saying he did this whatsoever, but I did see a screenshot from Facebook where he yelled at the news and told them to get off his property. Is there any truth to that? Well, Reckless, I'll let them speak for themselves, but if the news was on my property, I might yell at them to get off my property too.
So I have not spoke to any news crew that have been physically on my property. I have spoken to a news.
But he's done interviews with a bunch of different YouTubers, but not the news crews. Is that what I'm getting? This is Duchess's channel. Here, have you guys been sharing her link? We need to make sure we're sharing her link so y'all can go sub up to her. Here, let me go get her link for you guys real quick.
I know when I was in the chat, they were sharing it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, if you guys are sharing it, then I won't go do that. I just wanted to make sure if anybody, you know what I'm saying, if anybody hasn't been able to go sub up or doesn't know whose channel it is. I've seen Heather asking. So I want to make sure that people, you know, because Duchess, she deserves credit, all the credit for this. She did really, really good. It's a good interview. I mean, she gave them time to talk. She asked good questions. She wasn't worried about, do they, you know, what the hell did Smiley say? Did you disown or did you not? What'd she say? Do you not like your kid or something? What the hell question did she ask? That was real odd.
I can't remember.
I don't fucking know either, but it was weird. Or is he a burden? Is your kid a burden to you?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
What the hell?
That's the difference between a tragedy pimp and somebody that's not a tragedy pimp.
Well, and then there you go. You know, like he said, I'll do an interview with JLR if he'll donate all the money he's made off my son's case, which we know ain't gonna happen anyways. But I mean, and then they didn't even have to say anything to Duchess, and she went and got 2 damn billboards put up already.
Right.
So I mean, I think that speaks for itself.
Crew that was down the street and just asked them politely, do not film my house. They were filming the police doing something, and that was perfectly okay. They gave me the word. We shook hands and politely moved on. So, no, I mean, as far as yelling at the news, no.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I hope that helps, Reckless Ellis, and thank you so much for being here. Let's see. That's right, Leave It to Beaver. These are real people. Focus on the missing baby. Exactly. Thank you for being here, Miss Chewy. It's so good to see you. That's right. We all know that the child is in danger and needs to be home where he's safe, and that's all we need to know. I just want to make sure that people understand, like, this family is really going through it, and the focus needs to be on the child. So, and we just appreciate anyone that's able to get out there. Now, do they also?
Yeah, Pindar, she really is. She really is. I'll tell you what, Duchess is one of those that she's like a gem in a haystack, man. There's so many fucking channels on here and so much shit channels. I'll tell you what, she's one of the better ones that doesn't really get any recognition. She doesn't really get her stuff thrown. You know what I'm saying? I don't really see anybody talking about her channel, none of that. So it's one of those, like I said, it's one of them little gems that's kind of hidden back there. She's a really good creator too, and she does really good interviews. Obviously, this one's really good, but she's done other ones too, and she helped another family out too that that went through some really rough tragedy there. So
Have search dogs that have been out helping assist in the search.
Yes, ma'am. They have brought in dogs from various locations, from I believe from even other states as well as other areas within the state. So it is deeply being checked.
Okay, I'm going back over here. I see David Bryant's left another comment in chat. Okay, gotcha. We'll keep searching, praying for your families. I just posted multiple pictures from what my dog has found searching, and you can feel free to reach out if you would like me to search anywhere. So it sounds like David may have some search dogs himself. David, if you want to send me an email or reach out to me with Facebook Messenger, if you have any information that you would like for me to pass on to the family, I'll be more than happy to do that, and we appreciate that so very much. Jennifer Jennings, thank you for being here. Jennifer says, how long has he been married to the mom? Isn't he Seth's son? Who is searching for this boy, mom, dad, or who? Well, it sounds like there's a lot of people involved, including the mother, the father, the stepfather, and law enforcement. When you say how long has he been married to the mom, are you referring to Chris on panel?
now, if you don't mind me asking, who's up there? Because I thought the mom was up there. So there's somebody else up there holding Summer Wells' picture. Who's that?
I don't know who that is.
That's somebody holding Summer Wells' picture up there. I don't know who that is, but
Julio, thank you so much for being here. Chris always treated my girls and son with nothing but kindness when we worked together. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Julio. I know that probably means a lot to him. That's right, Jennifer. I think everybody is searching. It doesn't sound like there's any animosity
Trev, okay.
with anybody that's going on here. So, and please be respectful in the chat. If you want to come in here and attack the family, the moderators can show you to the door. There's no need to.
Yeah, there's somebody else. We ain't gonna speak of her, but she's over here ranting and raving and cussing out the parents today, talking more shit to them. This is gonna turn into another Quentin Simon. I'm telling you, I can just feel it already. Why hold Summer's pick and not Sebastian's? I'm not sure. That's what I said. I actually just recognized that he was. I thought it was the mother holding Sebastian's picture up there. Then I was like, no, that's somebody else, and I couldn't really tell. When I open it and look at it, it's actually, well, they're saying Trev, but he's holding Summer's picture. It's kind of odd though. You'd think he'd be holding Sebastian's picture,
Right.
Maybe I'm lost. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm lost with what that, I don't know.
Announce your departure. Light and Sound says, I pray he wasn't being bullied at school. I imagine classmates who knew him have been interviewed. And yes, I do believe Chris said that earlier. And did he typically take his phone places with him, guys, or did he normally leave it at home?
Believe it or not, it was actually a struggle to get him to carry his phone. He's not like your typical teenager. He's not this kid that, got to stick their head in the phone. He's not
glued to it.
He's not. Because of his restrictions, he knows that what it's for. It's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. He had his struggles with doing basic, simple things. And it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, bud. We got to do that.
Take your phone.
Take your phone.
Teach him to be responsible and to think about it.
And then Julio, I can contest. We work together out in San Diego, so he's amazing.
I think that's wonderful. Let me just take care of something here in chat real quick. Jennifer, I appreciate you being here. We welcome all opinions, but how long he's been married to the mother is irrelevant with Sebastian being missing. So I hope that you have a wonderful night, but respectfully, I'm going to have to remove you from chat because it's a distraction. And we are focused on talking about Sebastian and about his case. And I hope you have a wonderful night. And please come back again.
Amen.
Okay, let's get back over here to the chat. I try to not get distracted when we have these situations, but we just don't have time for that. I'm not going to allow disrespect. And my moderators know that. So I appreciate my mods in here. Y'all put some hearts and hands up for the moderators in here. They're doing a fantastic job. We have 363 people in here watching right now. If you haven't already hit the like button, please do that and share this out because it helps to get Sebastian Rogers information circulating on social media. People are going to want to know what the parents have to say. I think it's very important that people hear the facts straight from Sebastian's family. 80 says, I'm autistic myself, but as a kid, I used to have restricted internet access and I've managed to bypass it before. That doesn't shock me because I have a cousin that has the same thing has happened. I think it's different for every kid because there's such a spectrum.
She said, mega boom, mega boom. That's what they were saying. Sidebar, we need 4 subs to hit 16K, y'all. So if you haven't subbed up, make sure you go hit the subscribe button. And
sorry about that. I just made it back.
It's okay. It's all good.
I got locked in my house.
Oh, dang. What happened?
The little tongue thingy that sticks out from the plate on the side of the door. It decided to not go back in, and I got locked in my house and had to call the neighbor next door to come get me out.
Oh shit. I've never heard you being locked in. What do you mean locked in? You didn't
I couldn't turn the door handle to open the front door.
Oh shit.
And so we had to use a screwdriver to like pry it open.
I guess I'd rather be locked in than locked out.
Right. Especially with it storming like it is here. Hooey.
Such a spectrum. So that's why we have to be on high alert. This is a important situation because we really don't know the circumstances of what has actually transpired with Sebastian, and he could be in danger. And I see Burton Staggs here. Burton, thank you so much for coming over. He says there's 2 similar cases. A Mississippi autistic teen was missing and found 9 days later in Tennessee. He walked. In Arizona, an autistic teen walked approximately 200 miles and was found safe. Incredible. Does he have a lot of energy? Does he like to go on long walks and things like that?
Especially office medicine.
I really would like to get a billboard up for Sebastian. And I think I had mentioned that to you earlier. Do you think that this might be something that would benefit Sebastian to get his face out there? If we could get
that's awesome. That's really awesome. Like I said, I'm glad she took the initiative to do that. I really am. And you can hear the mom. You can just hear her voice. It just shakes. Poor thing, man. Jesus.
Billboards. Guys, give me some feedback in the chat and let me know what you think. I might could, crowdfund. That's what membership is for. When you guys are members of this channel, that's actually where your money goes, is to these little crowdsourcing things that I do. So I have some money already put back that I can put forward to it, but I probably wouldn't be able to keep it up for more than just a few days because it can get expensive. But what do you guys think about that? Do you think, Trev, what are your thoughts about that? Do you think that having a billboard up for Sebastian might be beneficial?
I think so. I mean, it's, we've looked at that in plenty of cases, and you and I have spoken about that before.
Can I say something real quick?
Different families. It's at the very least, it's keeping that face in that story.
Yeah, absolutely, girl.
You notice she said crowdfunding, but that crowdfunding is to go towards helping find Sebastian, not to get her out there and to do a bunch of BS. She's crowdfunding to help find Sebastian. That's key. That shows she's in it for the right thing. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's really awesome, man. She's like I said, I really like Duchess. I always have.
And in the public eye, it's keeping people reminded of what's going on in their community, what's going on locally, what's going on in the next county over, whether they work there, live there, travel through there, they're seeing it.
Well, I can certainly design a billboard. We can work together behind the scenes. You can send me a picture and let me know exactly what you would like it to say, and we can get something started on a blip as early as tomorrow. If you think that that's going to be something, I will look at the locations and I can let you know where they're at, and we can try to get something going. Cold Case Crystal, thank you so much for being here. That's another person that's on my team that covers cases, and she's in Kentucky. And Crystal, did you just send me a Cash App? Cold Case Crystal, thank you so much for sending me that, and I will definitely put it for the billboard. We're still going to put up some billboards for Jaden Carpenter, so you and I need to get together in the next couple of days so we can get these billboards up as soon as possible, because we need to help find Sebastian. Is there anything else that you guys want to share with us that you think that we need to know about the circumstances involving Sebastian going missing? Is there anything that you want to share with us that we have not talked about? I'm going to put a flyer again here so you guys can take another look at that.
I mean, everything that we've covered so far, is exactly everything that we've covered. We miss him and we want him home.
Exactly.
I'd rather be home.
Mods, thank you for checking the chat. Alan, we're definitely not going to tolerate that. So,
family idea of these people this day and say these things this day, or families cure there is, I believe, it's about irrespective.
And I want to give them a safe. He can get it. It's the card.
Emotion should be put toward.
So we want to. And that was, thank you for being here, Jason. Does he?
All right, so I think this one's pretty well over. Where you want to go to the rebuttal, the one where he comes back up and corrects the information and fixes what happened or whatever, you know.
That sounds like a good idea.
Man,
Do you think there's any way possible that he could have met, over and over? So
okay, so this is the one that was the timestamp 120, I believe. I think we're at the right spot. Okay. I got it at 125. If it's too fast, let me know.
We're going to start out with some questions from the panel, and then we will hop over to the chat, and we'll have Chris to see if he'll answer some questions from you guys. So we appreciate everyone for your patience, and we just ask that you show respect, and just kindness goes a long way, and we appreciate that. Let me get over here. I'd made myself a couple of notes, so I hope Sebastian's mom is okay. I know this has been very difficult for her.
Well, she's right here beside me, so she can hear every single thing.
Hey, Katie, I appreciate you being here and listening. You are in our thoughts and prayers, and I know this must be so very difficult for you. And I'm just praying for your strength.
Thank
and
you.
that Sebastian will be found soon. We had lots of people donate tonight. So many wonderful, amazing people in this chat. We're going to be able to keep the billboards up until after next Monday. So we've got a whole nother week that we're going to be able to run the billboards, which is amazing.
Well, thank you to everybody that has contributed and been a part of this from the start to current.
Y'all are very much appreciated in the chat. You have to know that it means so much to them, because these billboards, and listen, Chris, also, if there is another location that you and Katie would like to have a billboard, you can, let me know, and I'll be happy to get another billboard going. If there's a location that you are interested in, you can just reach out to me sometime this week, and I can look into it. If you think there's another location, that would be good, and we can get another one going up. Just let me know, and we'll make it happen. Okay. So, besides gaming, what are other things that Sebastian likes to do?
He likes to fish. He loves to play on playgrounds.
We get the little kid crafts from Lowe's and Home Depot, so he likes to build little things with me.
That's really cool. And you said that Sebastian didn't really have a lot of friends. He didn't really have any friends. He has a couple of friends at school. Do you think it's possible that, and which you told me before you didn't think so, but do you think there's any way possible that he could have met a friend online, either at school or at his father's or at your house? Do you think that's possible in any way?
There's always a possibility. That is a question that there's always a possibility that the child can do something. Now, from my best recollection, mom's best recollection, and the father's best recollection, not that we know of. Our house, as we've stated, it is strict. It stays locked down with that kind of situation.
We use internet time and gaming as like a positive reinforcement rather than a free access.
Okay.
TBI is, not just TBI, but all law enforcement agencies involved are actually anything and everything which way they can. They are doing their best to investigate, look, search, any little thing. And right now we got no luck.
Okay. Katie, can you walk us through, for anyone that's new to this case that may be just finding out about Sebastian being missing, can you walk us through what happened on Sunday, like before Sebastian, went missing? Can you walk everybody through that and what led up to you finding out that Sebastian was missing?
Yeah. Sunday morning, I'll just start with the morning. Sunday morning, we got up and I made a fun breakfast for us, spaghetti pancakes. Google it, y'all. We FaceTime family while we were eating so he could brag, because that's something he likes to do. And we were laughing and joking on FaceTime and having a good time with that. After breakfast, we got a call to go pick up our niece and go take her to meet up. So we did that. We went and picked her up, and we met her mom at BJ's, and we were there with family members. We come home and put our groceries away, and then a little bit later we went to the bowling alley, a local bowling alley here, and we played games. And then and this is just Bubba and I, and we went to dinner, just the two of us, and then come home. He took the trash out because that's his chore, and he come in and he was playing in his room until bedtime. And at bedtime, you know, I told him, I said, "Hey, Bubba, it's time to go to bed." And he goes, "Okay, good night, Mama, I love you." And then he said goodnight to his puppies, and he went to bed.
Okay, and walk me through what happened. You said that you were on a phone call, you were on the couch, and then you went to bed at midnight. Walk me through exactly what transpired during that time before you went to bed at midnight for you.
So, well, my husband, he works out of town a lot. So we normally sit and talk every evening, and I normally fall asleep on him. And he'll tell me, "Wake up, you got to go to bed." And and that was right around midnight. So I got up and I put the puppies up and I went to bed myself at midnight. And I went to sleep, obviously. And then at 6 a.m. I went to wake him up for school, and that's when I couldn't find him. And sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Take your time. Take your time. Tell me, did Sebastian take any type of medication before he went to bed, or that would make him sleepy? Or if he did take medication, it was just in the morning, or did he take medication at night before he went to bed?
He did take medication nightly and daily.
Okay.
For HIPAA reasons, we will not disclose.
I understand. I was just trying to think, if there was something that might have made him sleepy, like if he would have woken up, all these different questions that people have asked. So, right. But you don't have to disclose any particular. Nobody needs to know that, specifically. I just wanted to ask. Do you feel any particular way? Do you have any thoughts about Sebastian's disappearance? Do you feel that he may have walked off? I've seen a lot of people in chat saying that he went out the window versus he went out the door. How did the door get locked? That you found the door locked? Can you walk me through exactly what that looks like and what you found was the door locked? What do you think may have occurred for him walking off versus?
Well, I'll tell you this.
With someone? Okay.
We didn't find any signs of the windows, but and without disclosing the details of my door locks, I will say that Sebastian regularly and consistently went out and locked the door behind himself.
Okay. All right, let me get over here because I have some other questions that are coming in.
Now, I will say this much. Let them ask questions. I mean, we're not hiding anything. I've heard so much negativity that I refuse to answer questions. Let them fly. I mean,
Okay.
I'll be respectful on my responses. I would hope they would be respectful in their questions, but please let them fly. We're good with it.
Okay. I'm just going to, Crystal, Arctic, do you have a question that you want to ask before I take a few questions from the chat?
I do.
Okay, go
Can
ahead.
you pause just a second?
We know that Sebastian was high.
One thing I want to point out with him being, a lot of people have said, "Oh, well, he's defensive and the things that he's saying are defensive." Now you got to remember, this guy has been dragged through the mud over and over again from all these tragedy pimps saying all kinds of horrible things about him and the mother. So by now, I would imagine he's a little pissy, and feel like he needs to defend himself. So when you listen to these kinds of things and him talking like that, that doesn't mean he's guilty. I just wanted to say that.
I agree with that. I do. I think it's I think people. Yeah, you guys, let me tell you this, you guys. Dolly got kicked off the look, Dolly's dumb ass went straight over there and started walking the fuck around. Didn't I just say they told him to stand down? Stand down for at least 24 hours. Go to your hotel room, go get your maps, go get something to eat, go fuck off, whatever it is you want to do. get the fuck out of here and stay out of here for at least 24 hours so we can get our stuff together. You know what I'm saying? So we can get everything together. What does he do? Go straight the fuck over there, and the CajunNavy booted his ass out, threw him off the fucking property, and he's over there punching the air, mad as fuck now.
Bravo.
He was
To the
warned.
CajunNavy.
Isn't that fucking right? He was fucking told, stay off the goddamn property. Give us 24 hours to get our
Right. Let
stuff.
us do what. Let us do
the
what
hell
we
you
do.
doing?
Well, he doesn't follow directions well, does he?
Well, no, shit. He should. What the
Jesus.
hell?
And I'm sorry, but the CajunNavy is not somebody that I want to piss off.
No.
One would think that that's not a good. Nope.
And sidebar, that guy, I don't think he's that great looking, but he's sexy as hell. I'm sorry. That was my own little sidebar.
Oh, the CajunNavy guy?
Hey, and
Yeah.
I was gonna say, and he kicked Dolly off. So hey.
Good job. That makes him even
Easy on the
sexier
eyes.
more.
Yeah, he pretty easy on the eyes. He definitely a little eye candy there. Cartman, go get your boy.
High functioning, had high functioning autism. What would you say was strengths and weaknesses that he had? Because no two kids are the same, is why I'm asking.
That is, you are nowhere far from the truth on that, because that is so correct. Sebastian is extremely high functioning. His weakness, he does not have a sense of personal space. They've always been working with him about like a 3-foot rule, because he likes to be right up in your face. Hey, whoa.
He deals with some social and emotional dysregulation issues. Simply put, his emotions or responses don't always appropriately match the situation. And socially he can be somewhat awkward interacting with others because he doesn't always match, like, I don't know how to say it right. Like, someone will want to talk about one conversation, but if that's not the subject he's fixating on, he will just railroad over that and go right back to what he's thinking. But at the same time, he's also, for the most part, a pretty happy kid, and he loves being a helper, and he likes animals, and he's really smart.
He can play in a game of chess, and he's beat grown men in chess.
He actually likes reading occasionally, but only if it's what he wants to read. So like Minecraft books, he loves to read those. Albeit his humor is a little different. He's funny. I prefer he's silly more than anything.
How is he with strangers?
Depends on the day, to be honest with you. He goes either he's never met a stranger all the way to, depending on his mood, he don't want nothing to do with anybody. So it's kind of difficult to answer that question because it varies depending on where he is in the moment.
Okay. Normally, he's there's times he's not afraid to talk to people. There's times he is afraid to talk to people. Adults, maybe not so much, but children, he has no problem approaching children and talking.
For the most part.
For the most part, like I said, it just depends on what mood and what day of the week you catch him.
Okay. Artie, do you have a question you'd like to ask?
I just wanted to know if maybe, thinking back on it, is there anything you can think of that seemed off or out of the ordinary prior to him going missing that during the night before you noticed he was missing?
I honestly didn't notice anything that was like, oh my God, that's weird. I mean, we had a really good day. He wasn't in trouble at all. We went to bed on a good note. And I don't know if maybe he just wasn't saying something, but nothing. And I've gone over this so many times, I'm ill, but I didn't see or notice anything that was like red flag,
Okay.
He didn't have any meltdowns or anything like that seemed off.
No, he was actually really well behaved that day. He was even killed for the most part all day.
Can I ask the question?
Sure.
Was that unusual for him to be well behaved all day?
Not necessarily. And
Sebastian goes through phases.
he's got streaks where he's great, and then it's like he
goes through remission.
Yeah, like he'll screw up and he'll get in trouble, and then he'll be good again, and he'll screw up. I mean, he's like a typical kid, in a sense, but he just has autism, and I mean it's hit or miss.
But like he'll be doing really, really great for a few weeks, and then all of a sudden it's like he'll flip a switch. Sorry, And, and then we're working on, going to the bathroom, and we're working on manners, and we're working on attitude. And then, and then we'll go through that phase, and then we'll go through, and he'll flip the switch again, and he's, doing really great. He just goes through,
I understand that
it's like
completely. Trust me.
progress, backpedal, but
When I saw on social media, some people were talking about Seth had spoken on, I guess it was, maybe it was the Pascal show that he recently spoke on, and he was talking about how at the end of the school year, Sebastian was supposed to come and live with him. And can you tell us anything about that? Is there anything specific to know about that? I think a lot of people have been saying some very interesting things. According to some posts that I saw, apparently it's because, Chris, you are that he's scared of you. That he's scared of you, and that you're bullying him at home. And I don't like to ask these questions, but I feel like this needs to be addressed because I just want you to talk to us about why people are saying this, and why people are also putting online that you have domestic violence charges. And I just wanted you to talk to us about that. Whatever you feel like you can tell us, so we can try to reel that in.
No, I'm okay to address every bit of this. Okay. So you mentioned Sebastian's afraid of me. Well, that is a loaded question, because somebody who has released some information out there from another show, who I won't put his name out there, allowed somebody to say something. Now, mind you, when you have a teenage child or teenage children, all parents know this, your children are not going to like you, because you're not there to be their best friend. You're there to be a parent. And as parents, you have rules they have to follow. If they don't, there's consequences. Sebastian will say one day he's upset and mad at me for something, and 20 minutes later will run up to me, throw his arms around me, cry, and say, "I'm sorry and I love you." So, when you get in trouble, of course you don't like your parents. He said the exact same things about his father, but that's when you set him down and say, "Look, bud, parents are parents, and we're going to have to do what we have to do. And unfortunately, you're not going to like it, but down the road, when you get older and if you decide to have children, someday you're going to look back and say, man, they were right." So, people have their opinions, they have their thoughts and their assumptions, and that's fine. I have never once stopped a person from having them. That's why we are people. That's how we are. But knowing the facts are one thing, and then assumptions behind what you want to put out there is something totally different.
Right.
You addressed domestic violence. Okay. There are some folks out there who have decided to go online and go pull some public records, which perfectly okay with. Domestic violence, if I had domestic violence in my background, I wouldn't have certain credentials that I have, because you're not legally allowed to. Domestic violence, no. I've had a temporary protective order, and I had a no contact order placed against me in New Mexico with my ex-wife. Now, mind you, let me back up and I'll play the whole story for you. Me and my ex-wife, we actually lived here in Tennessee for a little bit. We had a daughter, and at the time, my daughter was only maybe 6 weeks old. An event took place while I was holding my daughter, and when that took place, I filed for an immediate protection order against her. We went to court. The court made their decisions. I gave my daughter back to her mother, and when she received her, she jumped in a truck and flew right back to New Mexico. Got to New Mexico within 2 days of being there. She turned around and filed the exact same thing against me in New Mexico. So everything that people are reading, it's on a court document. But what you don't read is all the things that are happening in the court. You're not reading the transcript. So unfortunately, you don't know the full story. But if people want to ask, I'm okay to tell you. Yes, I still have a current custody case going on in New Mexico that actually has absolutely zero bearing on this case with Sebastian. I do ask people to refrain from bringing that up, because it has no bearing. And all you're going to do is put assumptions, and you're going to allow people to have their speculations and bring out more false information. And what people don't understand is every time somebody puts something out there, or they call into the law enforcement agency and says, the stepfather did it, you need to check the stepfather. Well, now you've just pulled a body away from the investigation, because they are mandated to deal with that.
Right.
And I have told everybody from the very beginning, the TBI put a news link out, and in there it does state that all three parents have extremely been cooperative and constantly or continuously working with law enforcement. And there's absolutely nothing to show that we are responsible, foul play, any of that nature. People have asked about interrogations and polygraphs. All this stuff has been done. All of it has been done.
That was one of the questions that I had up next was, have you both taken a polygraph test?
The results are passed.
Chris, can I ask something? Because I know that
Yes, ma'am.
people was going to ask it afterwards. Uh, the event that happened, was that toward you or by you?
It was toward me.
Okay.
So to give you, I'll go ahead and paint that story very crystal clear. I was holding my daughter in my left arm. Okay, mind you, she was a little baby. She was up against my chest, cuddled up next to my cheek and my shoulder. My ex-wife accused me of having an affair with a coworker, who was not much into men. I'll let you go that direction wherever you want to go. Just wasn't into men. And that coworker was my boss at the time. And she didn't like it. And I was like, "You're kidding me, right?" And I showed it to her. She's very hot-headed. She didn't like the answer. Swore up and down I was. And she connected and slapped me across the left-hand side of my face where I was holding my daughter. If you can do that while a man is holding a child, or a woman is holding a child for that matter, if you can slap that person while they're holding that child, that says something about you.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be in that situation. I wouldn't expect any person to be in a situation of that. So I had to do what I had to do based on being a parent, which was best for my child.
Right. I just knew that in the future that people would be online saying there was an incident and nobody asked what the incident was. You
And
said the result.
I'm sure they're
The
going to
results are,
spin it.
yeah. The results of the polygraph was that you passed. Is that both of you passed, or can you say?
Yes.
Okay. I think that was my question that was up next was, so you've both taken a polygraph test. That was some of the questions. I see a couple people asking that specifically. Did you take a polygraph test specifically? Chloe and Mo wanted to know specifically. Could you elaborate? Did you take one and also pass?
I've got a question, and a lot of people have been asking, Chris, is there any reason why you don't want Sebastian around your daughter?
So I'm going to make this real crystal clear for everybody. There's some things that can be spoke of, and there's some things that will not be spoke of. And personal issues inside my family are strictly that. They have no bearing on this investigation. The cops are well aware of everything involving specifics, and that's quite honestly, I know this is going to sound snarky and rude, but it's really nobody's business as to that because there's no bearing on this case.
Understood. Okay.
And for the record, I will say this: all three parents have an agreement, and we all understand this. That can be said.
Got it. Okay. And someone wanted to ask, Angela said, I would like for Chris to clarify what he meant when he said he hasn't seen Sebastian since early February. Are you able to clarify? And if you're not, just state that.
So I cannot give certain details with this investigation, and that's kind of one of those things.
Okay.
I wished I could. Eventually down the road, I'm sure that will allow to come out.
Okay.
But as it stands right now, the answer that I've given is early February was the last time that I saw Sebastian. And no, I was not home when all of this took place. I actually got back to Nashville. I believe it was later in the afternoon, but I was on the phone with the police for the majority of that day until I physically got here.
A question that I've seen asked, so I think I wrote it down to ask you. Why was the sheriff's office called and not 911?
So our house is not designated for city limits, which jurisdictions for police are inside city limits. The sheriff's department is what governs our area because we're outside of that. So if you call 911 and you're outside of those areas, it goes to a central point, but then they will turn around and ask your location, and then they redirect you to another dispatcher. If you know who the dispatcher, who your law enforcement agency is that governs your area, I just call them straight. There's no point in wasting time going from one to another to get to what I need when I know exactly who to call.
And you guys were on a three-way call because you were not, you were coming from out of town. Is that correct?
We were on a three-way call.
Yeah, that law enforcement was called on a three-way call.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to clarify that. Carrie Dean wants to ask you if Sebastian could have been sneaking out prior without y'all knowing.
I would like to say no.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is not Sebastian. He's not a child that just goes outside at any point in time without telling somebody something.
It's somehow that zero knowledge.
Yeah, if it had happened, we don't know about it. But our neighborhood is a very small subdivision. It's not huge. And everybody here looks out for everybody. We all watch to make sure everything's kosher in the neighborhood, and nobody has reported anything of that nature.
Okay. Crazy Linda asked, were there any weapons in either homes? And if so, were they all accounted for by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And
Do you all have camera footage in your home? I've heard people saying that too.
That is some information that we cannot divulge at this time due to the ongoing investigation.
Okay. Thank you.
We should could, but unfortunately we can't.
Did Sebastian have a key to the house? And if he did he take that key with him?
That is another part of an investigation that's ongoing that we cannot answer.
Okay. Can I ask the question I've seen? Whose idea was it for Sebastian to move in with his bio dad after school was out?
All three parents.
And another thing that I've seen, and I mean, I understand if y'all can't answer, but was there also a restraining order on the biological dad?
That was posted in a Facebook group.
Yes.
That someone sent to me. I think, no, that was something else. Let me find it. Someone sent that to me.
It was actually underneath JLR's video. It wasn't in the Facebook group.
Okay, so here's what I will openly say about that.
Oh, there it is. That's what somebody posted in the comments.
So what I will say on that is this: people go through divorces, and it is not the best of times. So I was not privy to that kind of information prior to my relationship with my wife. That if anything happened, that happened prior to my knowledge. So I cannot give you an answer of that. But what I can say is, if it is out there, it could be a public knowledge, it could be a public record, but I don't have any knowledge of it.
Okay, that's what I needed to ask on that one. Okay, going back over here to my questions. Guys, please, I appreciate your patience, and they are sending me the questions. So I see that you guys are still posting more questions, and I'm getting to them as fast as I can. So thank you guys for being patient. I do have 4 or 5 more messages that just popped up that said they want to know that you definitely took a polygraph and passed because it got cut off by a different question, and they feel like you did not answer that. So I'm just asking one more time. This is the last time, guys. I'm going to revisit this question.
Okay, for the record.
Mo, he said he passed it, according to Amy.
Well, hold on. Somebody asked the question, was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes. I didn't specify who or when. But what I can tell you, everything has been vetted completely. Polygraphs have come back as passed. So I'm confused as in why they're all wondering if myself, my wife, and the biological father took one. When law enforcement agency has come out and told everybody, even in the TBI news link, if you guys hadn't read that, please go out and read that. That's got a lot of great information in it, especially it's probably the most up-to-date information. But they will even tell you, at this point in time, they have no reason to speculate foul play, anything on the parents. Everybody's been extremely cooperative of anything and everything they've asked us.
Okay. And Bobby, why did that happen? Because it's public. It's a public post. And these are questions that people are asking. And that is why it's up there. So before we go any further, we'll go back. And this is another, I have had many questions about this, about supposedly Sebastian's grandmother spoke out last night. And he said, Trev apparently quoted her from some comments on a YouTube chat. Is there anything that you want to say about this particular comment? Because I have been messaged multiple times about this. If you want to address it, you don't. And if you don't want to, you don't have to. I just wanted to ask you.
I will address it. Like I said, if somebody's refusing to address something that shows suspicion, I have no problems to address this. The grandmother, which is Seth, Robin is the name. She is Seth's biological father's mom. She made her statement on whatever YouTube channel. That's fine.
Thank you, Trev.
What I can say on that is real simple. Like I said earlier in this podcast, kids are going to say things. They're going to get upset because you're a parent and they don't like your answers. Sebastian has said, like I said before, the same thing about his biological father. But when you sit your kids down and you explain to them that being a parent, you have to do things that they don't like, unfortunately, it is what it is. We're not, as parents, everybody knows we're not to be our child's best friends. We're there to be parents. As a parent, your job in life is to make sure your offspring grow up to be better than we ever have been or get things better than we ever could get. And that's your legacy. That's our job. And kids don't like it. They're not going to understand because they're still young. Their minds are being molded. But eventually they're going to grow up. And when they have their own kids, they're going to look back and go, man, our parents were right. Because everybody that's an adult that has kids right now, not one person can say, no, he's wrong. Because you've all done it. We still do it. And that's just part of it.
Right. And thank you, Trev, for being here. I thought this was a very important, when I saw this, it really kind of shocked me. And I felt like, while you're willing, to answer questions, I thought it was an important question to ask. Trev said, she said Chris verbally abused her, and that's very different than parenting. I just wanted to ask because people have a lot of questions. And so that was, I just wanted to ask you. And it was, no shade to Trev time. He just was posting that that's what happened in the chat. And he did verify that it was her. So, I just wanted to bring it straight to you. The best way to clarify is to ask.
to clear up her statement about me being verbally abusive to her.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, she's not going to tell you the full story, but there's always, remember, 3 sides to the truth: hers, mine, and the truth in itself. So you can figure it out. Me and the grandmother had a conversation, and this all stems back to an incident that a family member did, that as the parents, we had consulted with law enforcement about something. They recommended not doing it. Lo and behold, something happened and something was done against what we decided. I reached out to the mom and asked for her help. During that conversation, some accusations got flung in my direction and toward my wife, which the mother or the grandmother actually doesn't have the whole story. She has never once sat down with me, my wife, her son, and gotten the full truth on everything. She's only heard one side of the story. And I can promise you, I got text messages, and I'm not afraid to show them. I'm not afraid to screenshot them and let the public see it. Now, I will say, unfortunately, none of this has to do with the investigation of our son. But yes, we had a heated discussion. Yes, I sent her an apology for the heated discussion. And I've never received anything back from the grandmother, which I have always left that door open. In fact, the day when they got into town, I invited them to my house and welcomed them in. They stayed for a couple hours and they left. I helped them, guide them to the direction where they were putting their RV, and have always made it abundantly clear that regardless, people are going to have their disputes. Door's always open.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Clemenati, yes, asked this several times in chat, so I want to go ahead and address that. Where can locals be looking for Sebastian? Clemenati is local to your area, and she would like to know where you would like for people to be looking for Sebastian so they can be looking there. Is there any areas that you and Katie want to have people that are out there searching, where you want them to be hanging flyers? What can you tell us about that?
Everywhere. I mean, everywhere. I mean, for me to give you a designated area would suspect that we think he's in an area. Well, we don't know. So anywhere and everywhere, people be very vigilant. Please be vigilant. You'd be surprised on how complacent we as society get when we're not focused on things. We're so driven on our day-to-day functions that we forget about things that are going on around us. We're all guilty, myself included. You know, anywhere and everywhere you can look. If there's not a flyer and you can print one off and post it up where you don't see a flyer, please do. I'm speaking for all 3 parents and all the families. We would greatly appreciate that. We send prayers, our thoughts, and our love out to everyone. I promise you. If there was a way we could make it felt and we could show it.
I feel like he's reacting totally different than Madeline Soto's stepdad thing or whatever the hell that was. You know what I mean?
I agree. I get a different vibe from him.
Yeah. Yeah. It's way, way different.
We would.
We appreciate that, and we're happy. We're happy to help in any way that we can to find Sebastian. Ginger Snaps has a question. Can any of Sebastian's school friends drive?
So I think there's a misconception about what he calls friends. He's not in normal classes. He's in like what they call Why We Try program. So any kids with IEPs and et cetera, things of that nature, are put into this class where they have 3 or 4 teachers or assistants in the room with a teacher at one given time. And while that goes on, there's not many kids in the class. So if Sebastian says they're a friend and they talk to him, he considers them a friend. Okay. But he doesn't have friends like most kids that would go and, hey, I'm going over to Johnny and Susie's house to hang out, because of his social awkwardness. It's very difficult for him to make friends. And he's actually asked for Christmas. We asked him, what do you want for Christmas? He's, I just want friends.
Right.
We're at that level, but no, unfortunately.
And you know what? That's what makes me feel like if he did meet somebody or did talk to somebody that was older, or as somebody that had been grooming him, or you know what I mean? Something along those lines. It makes me feel like, yeah, he just wanted to be friends or be accepted, if that's, if something along those lines, if that happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I agree.
One of the things that one of the parts in the other interview was that he had asked for friends for his birthday, for Christmas. Like he wanted friends.
So what if, that's what I'm saying. So what if he did meet a so-called friend or somebody that has been like, I'll be your friend.
What if it was somebody from school?
Yeah. We don't know, it's just, but I don't get I just don't get the vibes that the parents did something to him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I
don't either.
Well, listen, it's not for us
to be wrong. I'm no expert. I don't know. I'm just saying,
that's a law enforcement thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And you know, in family dynamics, as far as the grandmother goes, I've been married 31 years. And before I married my husband, just real quick, I want to tell you about this. Just real quick. My mother-in-law, before I married my husband, I was the best thing since the round wheel, right? The family couldn't have done it, and my husband couldn't have done any better finding somebody than he did, right? In my mother-in-law's eyes. As soon as I married him, my mother-in-law hated me. I did everything for her. She was disabled and everything else. I went and I took her to cancer treatments, and I stayed days and days with her out of town so she could get special treatment. I did absolutely everything for that woman. And if my kids would have went missing, she would have swore up and down that it was me. So I'm just saying things can be, even though a person is a good person, I've always been a good, hardworking person. And even though, I mean, there can be different things in family dynamics, and it doesn't necessarily mean that person is a bad person. When there's step parents and in-laws and everything else, things can be said, and she used to have her boyfriend come by my house to make sure I wasn't sleeping around when my husband wasn't home. And I've never, ever, ever even thought of cheating on my husband in 31 years. So, I mean, just remember that so the grandmother saying stuff against this guy doesn't necessarily mean he's a bad person.
I agree.
Very
That's a great
true.
point. That's
Very
a great
true.
point.
Hold on. Purple said, you being in this chat, Chris, is very, very sus if you ask me, but enjoy. You are free to bury yourself all you want. I mean, if that's him, he's welcome to come up here. I mean, I don't know if that's him or not, but if that's him and he wants to talk, he's welcome to come up here.
Why is it sus for him to be in the chat?
I think
I
that's
don't
an
know.
awful thing to say to a father, a parent that has a child that's missing. It's not our place to judge. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
he
know
said
that
I'm
we've
not
done it.
blaming dad, so it's not even him. So it's not. Maybe she got confused. I don't know. Maybe I'm just confused reading it. Shit. Maybe that's my fault. Fuck. I don't know. I'm just saying, if he was in here speaking for himself, he's welcome to come up and speak for himself. I don't. You know what I mean? I don't want to. So I guess maybe I read that wrong, or maybe she's saying that that's his account. Maybe that she's saying this is his account, Demon Chihuahua. Maybe I'm missing what she was saying too. I don't know.
Oh, heavens to Betsy. Did you see what William's eyelash just said?
CajunNavy called the cops on JLR and they booted fucking Dolly out too. What the hell?
Yay!
We gotta go see this shit.
Yeah.
A hard day for tragedy, Pimps, yo.
Look, right. Look at here's the cops. Oh shit. Oh shit. Look at how many there is. Gosh dang.
Alright, so they
get tickets?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is what they want, though.
So
dang.
Okay, they didn't lock JLR up. He's a free man.
Oh, he must be filming JLR. That must be JLR getting the ticket. Them like Dolly's filming JLR getting the ticket, maybe.
Oh, you know Dolly doesn't want another interaction.
Right, I was gonna say,
like
shit,
that.
his ass is walking the fuck away. He's like, shit, too. I don't want nothing to do with that. Fuck, I'm down.
I was just gonna say that. You see him walking away fast.
She's on her way, JP. JP, she's on her way down. Dolly came up after the bowling alley told him to go. So the bowling alley told him to leave. The CajunNavy told him to leave. Right, Dolly don't do cops. Hell no, not after he got his ass in trouble in Georgia.
Oh.
They're
Uh-oh, he's getting
actively
in trouble
tying
already.
resources right now for Sebastian's case. So see, that's I'm guessing that's probably JLR getting the ticket over there. You know what I mean? Or the police are talking to him because he doesn't really know bounds. Like
doesn't
they'll
believe
tell him to leave
boundaries
and go
apply
like
to him.
walk over here because they didn't tell him he couldn't be on this side, but they told him he could be on this side. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
Right.
him and the woman that we don't talk about on here, they both have that same attitude as the First Amendment auditors. It's my right
Right.
to do this. I can be on a public easement, blah 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 blah. You know, they don't it's all about my rights, my rights, my rights. Well, let me tell you, when their forefathers put our rights out here and wrote them down in the Constitution,
Look,
this is not what they meant.
look, live Sebastian Rogers bowling alley 1 hour ago.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
JLR in Investigate. I am out. Now, whether they have.
I did that. Fun fact, I made breakfast that morning.
I know that location. Show you the area. Now, did something transpire?
Oh, my Lantis. Really? JLR, really? Are you for real, buddy? Look at this, dude. I can't with this shit. Well, she said they went home after the bowling alley, so I guess I don't understand what his point is of going there.
Yeah, but Candace said they went home after the swimming hole, and look at how that went.
Right?
You know, they still swore up and down that she was dead on the way home, that Summer was dead on the way home. They don't care.
Well, how
They
does
just-
he know that they were spotted here? Sebastian Rogers spotted here with mom.
Didn't she
BJ's
say that they went
wholesale.
bowling? Oh,
Yeah.
she said that they went to BJ's because he likes the samples.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
And
well
then
then
BJ's
that's the same one
BJ's
he's at then. He's just
Yep.
following their path.
And BJ's had just opened. She said it was a new store, and Sebastian hadn't been there, so she thought it would be a good thing to take him there. And
Right.
honestly, we used to do that on Saturdays. You go run around and eat all the samples you go to Sam's Club, Sam's Club and BJ's. Yeah, same thing.
I was going to say that. I specifically go into Sam's Club on Saturday so I can get the samples.
Yeah, see, Ange Carter, I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on now. But you know what? They ain't fucking look, they ain't fucking around. They are not around. Not playing, not even a little bit. They kicked Dolly out as soon as he went up there. They told him he had to leave. And they told JLR he had to leave. And when JLR tried to go back up there, they sent the cops up there to take care of it.
Oh, you know, the person we don't talk about on here is foaming at the mouth right now, wanting to go there.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
This is what she lives for on YouTube.
Yes, and you know what, JP? Yeah, she went off the fucking deep end last night. We never seen any receipts for $20,000. She didn't show shit. I think she was a little intoxicated last night. I think she had a little too much to drink.
She was in her clubs.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she wasn't a happy camper. That's for fucking sure. I don't know. JP made a video today and it cracked me up.
It was brilliant.
Yes, it was. I can't play it on this stream, but yeah. Yeah, she was a hot mess last night. Well, you guys, we hit 16K, so that's pretty cool. We've been on here about 5.5 hours, so
Congratulations.
now, and then I'll pull a stream later. Like we'll get on here later and chit chat and hang out for a little while.
All right. Have a good day. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you, love. You guys all help. Just Samantha, what you doing, girl?
Oh, Queen, what a shit show. You got Hobbit steps down
and now he's recording the police and what happened there, saying terrible shit about the CajunNavy, who've been doing the work all this time. Why? Because they put out that flyer.
All
or
they
that
asked was for them to
information you
come back
read.
tomorrow. They didn't say he couldn't come back at all. They didn't tell him not to be there. They said give him 24 hours to get shit in order, and then they're welcome to go search. They couldn't even fucking wait 24 hours.
No, you have to go on and you have to bash the people who are working and actually care. So that was his content, the police, and to talk all that shit about them. It's so disgusting. So if that doesn't show you, like, I mean, I don't know how people in this chat are supporting that. You're not there for Sebastian, or else you would have said, okay, whatever I have to do, I'm sorry, I'm just here to help. Where can I sign up? No, you're going to film it and you're going to bash them because it's for the money, the clicks, and the views.
Well, and that's part of the thing. The CajunNavy has said you can't live stream, you can't record.
Right.
You don't want that because it also is part of the integrity of the investigation. So somebody going out there and live streaming, that should tell you where their mindset is. That's all on what they find so that they get the stardom. They're not here for the justice for the victim, in my opinion, from my perspective.
Well, no, because even if they were told you can't live stream and we don't want cameras out, but you're welcome to search, do you think they're going to go search and put their cameras away?
They'll go elsewhere, kind of like the bowling alley situation,
Uh-huh.
Last
year,
it's going to be a circus. Oh, sorry, who was talking? And and then supposedly there's more people headed there. So that's going to be more police calls, just like Savannah, taking away the resources from the people who are actually doing the work.
I agree. And now you've already had two. Wait, we just saw it. We just saw one YouTuber filming another YouTuber in a law enforcement interaction.
Yep. You know what burns my bridges a lot? Sorry, voices. I'm so mad. A lot of these, the people who are going down there, their content predicts the parents as guilty, right? So say hypothetically they are guilty and what you're spewing out to the public, some of that stuff is right. Well, then that tells you if they're guilty, then it's going to be an active crime scene investigation. But you still feel the need that you need to go out there and trample all over it and don't know dick of what you're doing. Like I watched a video where they poked a shirt. They walked upon a random shirt in the woods and they were all standing around looking at it stupid. And then one person starts poking it with a stick. I don't think that's what you're supposed to do. God forbid it was real evidence. Oh, makes me so mad.
All right.
The poor family, the child.
Keep preaching. Keep preaching.
You guys, before we get off here, though, look, I want you guys to see the Bio Dad's interview real quick.
A missing autistic teen, Sebastian Rogers. The hunt is on for this boy. Did he wander away from home entirely barefoot? This as eerie surveillance footage emerges outside Sebastian's home, purportedly of two people with flashlights. What does that mean? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. 615.
It's just like I handed over.
Rogers. Mr. Rogers, thank you for being with us. Could you recount for us when you learned Sebastian is missing?
This is Bio Dad. This is Sebastian's Bio Dad.
Seth.
There's words for it. I mean, when I found out that he was gone, I was just like, I headed over to Katie's house, see what was going on, and he's not here. I don't know where he's at. I've been looking for him every day. It's just.
Seth, what have you been doing to look for him every day? And I know that to be true. You are looking for him every day. Guys, please look at Sebastian. This young boy is autistic. He may not, in a scared and emotional and lost state, he may not even be able to tell someone who he is and where his home is. He is out there lost, and the Lord only knows where. Seth, what have you been doing to find Sebastian?
been handing out flyers every day. I've been on some podcasts. I've done some face-to-face interviews on the news. I'm just anything I can. I've been to the south side of Nashville. I've been to Franklin. I've been to Bellevue. I've been through Henderson. I've been through Gallatin. I've been through Clarksville. I've been through Oak Grove, Kentucky. I mean, I'm handing out flyers, finding out. I mean, just, I want everybody to see my son and know that he's missing, and that if you see him, call 911. I need my son back.
I'm just trying to get my mind around what you and Sebastian's mom are going through, because when I go in to wake up my twins, if they're not in the bed, which is rare, they're usually still asleep. If they're not in the bed, I immediately glance in the bathroom, and if they're not there, that's totally out of character. They're always right there in their bedroom in the morning when I wake them up. And that would be totally out of the normal if they weren't there. Tell me your understanding of what happened.
Katie told me that when she woke up Monday morning, that he wasn't in his room and she can't find him. And I heard that once I got there. When I got off of work, I had a text message from the stepfather, Chris, and a missed phone call. And I called him, and he told me that Sebastian was missing and he didn't know what had happened. So I had
Okay, let me ask you a couple of quick questions, Seth. Number one, is there any type of a burglar alarm in the home?
I don't know. I don't live there.
Okay, that is not helping me. Let me see if I can find that out. I'm going to go to Aaron Cantrell on that from News Channel 5. So we don't know if there's a burglar alarm. Was a window open in Sebastian's home, in his room?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, Nancy, we don't know. We do know that they did search the perimeter of the house. And I know one day when I was out there, when they were searching, they had a dive team out there. They were searching the grounds. But the area is very, some parts of it is very rural, and they're doing a lot of construction around the area. So there's a lot of construction, lots of subdivisions being built in that area. And like you mentioned earlier, the flashlights in the backyard, that was a very common area where people could potentially be walking. But it is odd at that early in the morning that there were 2 flashlights, and considering that's what detectives are saying, that they believe that Sebastian left the home barefoot with the flashlight. So that is very odd. But as you can see in these pictures here, it's a very rural area. They've called in teams from across Tennessee. I mean, they've gone as far east, as far west, bringing in different units to come search the property. They've trained ponds. They're looking everywhere. And they've searched about a 10-mile radius in thousands of miles, just going back and forth, until unfortunately they had to scale back that search.
So Seth, what time did you get to the home that day?
I got the message at about 7:20. I was there at about 8 o'clock.
So immediately, when you got to the home, tell me about the state of the home.
The home was clean. I mean, it looked like it normally did when I walked in.
So were there any signs of forced entry at the front or back door or on Sebastian's window that you could observe?
No, there was none.
Was anything stolen from the home?
Not that I was informed of.
Okay. Do you know if there are burglar lights, motion sensor lights that would turn on if someone moved on the perimeter of the home?
No.
Okay. I'm trying to understand his daily routine. Did Sebastian get up every morning and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
What school?
Beach High School.
How far away?
I think it's like 0.6 miles.
6 miles? Did you say 6 miles?
0.6.
0.6 miles, very close to home. Did he walk or take a bus or ride a bike?
He rode the bus.
He rode the bus. Is he mainstreamed? He is autistic. Is he mainstreamed with other students?
He's in their Why We Try program.
What is that?
It's for the special needs children, where they are doing the same tasks that the mainstream does, but they get a little bit extra time. You know, if they have like 30 questions, and then in the Why We Try program, they get like 20, and they get extra time to answer them. So they're still learning the same stuff.
Well, and they said he goes to the high school. How do we know he didn't meet somebody at the high school? Or, you know what I'm saying? One of the kids at the high school befriended him.
That's what I said.
And,
That's
you know,
exactly
maybe they came up with a plan to run away together or something, or you know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be. I mean, we don't know, but I'm just saying, what if he met somebody that, you know, one of the kids there?
What if he took his Switch to school one day and they made it so it could connect to Wi-Fi?
I don't know, man. It's sad all the way around, man.
One thing I want to say is, back in the Maddie Kingsbury, when she was missing, I did go and search one weekend when I could get down there. But nobody, not very many people on YouTube know that I did. I didn't
Right.
film it. I didn't post about it. None of that. I have a channel. I could have probably got tons of views for that, but I didn't do
Right.
it.
Well, you
TZ,
went for
did
the
you
right
have
reasons.
this?
You didn't go for clicks and views and for your channel and to grow your channel. You went for, the right reasons. You went because you're.
Right.
Well, and it's one thing to put it out afterwards of something that you participated in, and then promote it
Yeah, you
afterwards.
should put
It's
it out
something,
now. I mean, that's. I mean, if
right?
you
And
recorded it, maybe you didn't. I don't know, but
Did you have to
I didn't
sign
record
up though,
anything. No.
TZ? Was there like
Yes.
protocols to go and search
Yeah.
the proper way?
Yes, they had places where you signed up, and they had grids where you went, and yes.
Yeah, see,
But I
that's
didn't
the
film any
difference.
of it. I didn't
These guys
post
aren't
about
doing
it.
that.
Nothing. No. I didn't go down there and interview anybody. I didn't. Nothing.
all right.
Like I
you
said,
guys,
I didn't go down there for clicks. Oh, go ahead.
I know you did. Yeah, say you did it for the right reasons, love. I know that. Yeah, I was gonna say we've been on here 5.5 hours, and I got to go get my little from school. So I will talk to you guys here after a bit.
Bye. Congratulations again.
Thank you, love.
Bye.
Thank you guys for going over this with me too. I really appreciate it, and thank you guys for hanging out. Talk to you later, voices. Bye, just Samantha.
Bye, guys.
See you later, love. Thank you so much. Grandma Rogers also keeps saying she has info. She's been holding back and threatening Chris with it. Why wouldn't she just tell? Already told Ellie info. I'm sure she probably did, love. I'm sure she probably did. But I appreciate you guys. Like I said, I got to get going. I got some stuff to get done, but we've been on here about almost 6 hours. So I'll try to get back on here later. And we'll keep updated with this case. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll catch you on the flip side.